orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate on Bill C-25, Strong and Free Elections Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to an important piece of legislation, legislation that I know that Canadians in whole want to be able to see enacted for the upcoming election, whenever that might be, Mr. Speaker. There are significant changes to reinforce Canada's democracy in a very positive way. I think one of the gravest mistakes that we can make as parliamentarians is to take our democracy for granted. And that is something in which this government will not do. We understand and appreciate the need for changing the Elections Act, ensuring the security and the protection of our future elections, and even what takes place between elections. First, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I approach this issue from a personal perspective of having been blessed by the residents of Winnipeg North in many ways. For 5 provincial elections, I was representing the wonderful constituency of Inkster, and now for six federal elections, representing the area of Winnipeg North. I've been a candidate for more than a dozen times, so obviously not every election was successful, but I truly appreciate the efforts and support that I've received, whether it's from family, volunteers, most importantly, I should say, from the residents of Winnipeg North. And that is why, under all circumstances, I like to believe that I put the residents of Winnipeg North first and foremost in making sure that they are represented, whether it's in the city of Winnipeg or here in Ottawa. So just to give that special shout out of appreciation and express my gratitude in being the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg North. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I mention it in part because I understand the many dynamics of an election and what occurs during the election. One of the things that's nice about this legislation is it doesn't just deal with the election period. There are all sorts of activities that take place year-round that we need to at least be aware of, Mr. Speaker. The legislation, Bill C-25, what we have before us today, deals with a number of issues. I know that there are some that have more of a public interest, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker. The issue, for example, of counting unduly long ballots. That has been an issue whenever we have by-elections, the last couple general elections, and justifiably so, Mr. Speaker. I think that we don't want to do anything to discourage candidates that, generally speaking, want to represent a constituency. I've ran against many of them over the years, Mr. Speaker, and it's important to recognize that public policy has always enabled individuals that have an interest in putting their name forward, in getting material out, knocking on doors, meeting with the voters, is something that we want to and we will protect, Mr. Speaker. Let there be no doubt about that. But one of the things that we've experienced is when you get a long list of names being submitted in order to be able to prove a political point to a certain degree, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, it has brought a great deal of confusion to the process. So what we're suggesting in this legislation is there's 2 specific actions that are being taken, Mr. Speaker. The first action is to say, well, look, voters will now be able to sign only one nomination form on a candidate, Mr. Speaker. And each candidate in the riding will need a unique official agent. Mr. Speaker, what that does is, as we all know, if you want to be a candidate in an election, whether a federal or provincial election, you have to go around and you have to get signatures. The signatures were required, and I remember an argument as why do you need to get the signatures as opposed to giving money to register your name. you have to show some intent in regards to getting out there and getting support. So going out and having to get 100 or whatever number of signatures, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to say, yes, I have knocked on doors, or I have visited the voters in the area. I've acquired, whether it's yourself or your volunteers, the required number of signatures in order to get my name placed on the ballot, Mr. Speaker. Some have chosen to take that particular rule and ultimately say, here's 100 candidates, will you sign off on 100 candidates? This is something that I believe will help address the issue of the long ballot, Mr. Speaker. The other is the official agent. Today's official agent, Mr. Speaker, does so much for every campaign. I suspect there's not a member of Parliament in the House of Commons today would not recognize how important our official agents are, Mr. Speaker, in a campaign. And that person is a very busy person during an election and post-election. I find it very hard to imagine how one individual can be an official agent for 100 candidates or some large number of candidates in one riding, Mr. Speaker. We're not saying that an official agent can't be an official agent for 2 or 3 or whatever number of candidates, but in different ridings, if that's the real desire. When I was with the Manitoba Liberal Party as an MLA, we'd often get one official agent doing several different candidates, but in different ridings, Mr. Speaker. So I believe that those two measures in particular will deal appropriately with the countering of what I would suggest to you unduly long ballots. And this is something in which I believe our constituents want to see. Combating deep fakes is another very serious issue this legislation attempts to deal with. In order to mislead, it will be expanding to ensure that it applies to realistic deep fakes. Now, of course, political satires and parodies are exempt. Anything that's in good faith views, if you can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, we're not after that. It's all within the legislation. So it's not an issue of trying to put into place censorship. But one of the things that we need to recognize as technology has advanced, and I am truly amazed in terms of what it is that a combination of AI and a mischievous mind can actually do in order to deceive people. And we have to be aware of that. I can easily, more and more, we are going to see deep fakes where you get candidate X, especially in close ridings, Mr. Speaker, where candidate X is saying something on social media, but in reality, it's not the candidate that's actually saying it. Because of the evolution of AI and high tech, and as I say, mischievous volunteers, or and that's putting it nicely, their intent is to mislead the voter in a way that's going to have an impact on the life of a candidate, impact on the ultimate results in an election. So I think it's absolutely critical as a House that we deal with that issue. And the legislation attempts to do just that. Targeting and the misuse and abuse that we have seen already to a certain degree in regards to election information. I remember a couple of elections back using what they called robocalls, where an area was told, well, the poll station, I believe it was, Mr. Speaker, has been changed. It was a misdirection to a large number of voters using a voice broadcast. Voice broadcast, robocalls, whatever it is that you want to call it, it's all the same. Where hundreds, if not thousands of people are contacted and told something that's just not true, that is meant to prevent that particular person from voting, or to discourage someone actually from voting, Mr. Speaker, by providing, here's where your poll is, or such and such has been closed. these type of things have happened in the past, and I suspect that they could happen again into the future. And it's one of the reasons why it's absolutely critically important that we actually move on that issue. A lot of the rules that we have and what we find and learnt a lot through foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, is that a lot of these activities don't just occur inside Canada. So, for example, if you have, again, if I want to put it nicely, a mischievous volunteer that happens to be outside of Canada, the laws from within will, in fact, apply to the individual, Mr. Speaker. That's the way in which it should be. I would ultimately argue that the recommendations and the legislation that we have before us today is actually based on foreign interference inquiry, the Canada's elections group, and the Commissioner of Canada elections, all of which either directly or indirectly have contributed to the legislation that we have here. Not to mention the feedback that we have seen in previous standing committees or members expressing their opinions through news media and so forth. So it's a very much a holistic approach at dealing with this, the issue of our elections, Mr. Speaker. There's areas where we're protecting the nomination and leadership contestants. Things such as undue foreign influence on how to vote in contests, offering or accepting bribes about how to vote in a contest, intimidating someone on how to vote in a contest, realistic deepfakes again of contestants that intend to actually mislead, misleading publications falsely purported to be issued by a contestant, unauthorized use of a computer to affect the conduct of or results of an election. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would emphasize this is not about censorship. We're not talking about good faith views. That's a very important aspect because we can easily slide down that slippery slope, Mr. Speaker. It's recognizing the need for some of these changes to take place. You know, we have the Cabinet Directive. Things take place, Mr. Speaker, during an election. We also need to recognize that things can take place in between elections. The Cabinet Directive on the coordinated response to threats to elections is something that's going to now be extended, Mr. Speaker. Justifiably so. Membership of that would include the clerk of the PC, the national security to the PM, Department of Justice, public safety, think in terms of foreign affairs, and where we can develop that all-party consensus on a nonpartisan way. Mr. Speaker, the potential incidents that may be threats to the integrity of our elections, that's what it is that this panel deals with. Not only during elections, we have to think outside of the election. So that is something in which the legislation also deals with, Mr. Speaker. There is a number of measures within it to deal with what they would classify as AMP, or penalties, financial penalties, provide opportunities for the chief financial agent to be able to, or the commissioner, I should say, in order to be able to deal with violations. Not all violations should be treated equally, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I had an incident at a personal level, for example, where I had no idea on election day, where I'm actually out doing some car waving, and we have a Facebook, I believe it was a Facebook Live, and then when we boosted the Facebook Live. Well, technically, you can't do that during an election, on an election day, Mr. Speaker, because it was considered as an advertisement. Absolutely innocent. No one even thought that it was wrong. So ensuring that we have increased opportunity for administrative monetary penalties, I believe is something that within these changes is something in which all members should support. You'll find that these penalties have been applied to different candidates, different political parties, and it allows, I believe, for a more efficient system in the sense that honest mistakes do happen. But when the mistakes are intentional, those are the ones in which we need to ensure that we have teeth within the legislation, that we have the opportunity to be able to ensure that there's some accountability, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which is within the legislation in a very real way, to ensure that individuals that are directly involved or even indirectly involved are doing, because nowadays there are many things that can actually take place during an election that could have a profound impact on the outcomes, Mr. Speaker. You know, we saw just recently with Titania in her election, winning with one vote in the last federal election. Every vote counts. And I was really encouraged, I must say on the side point, to see that her plurality went from 1 to 800, Mr. Speaker. But it validates the importance of every vote. And we should collectively never take it for granted. Canada is very fortunate in the sense that we have Elections Canada as an independent agency. Elections Canada is recognized around the world, Mr. Speaker, for the fine work that it does at protecting the institution of our democracy here at home. I've had the opportunity to have many discussions with election officials, and I have always reinforced my confidence, even at times if I disagree with some of the things that are being said, in Elections Canada or Elections Manitoba, because I believe that it's absolutely critical that we recognize the work that they do and we respect it. And part of that is looking at ways in which we can continue to improve the system. And if I can just share some personal thoughts in regards to changes. We hear a lot about how do we get more people to go out and vote. I believe that there are things that we can do. Some jurisdictions have done it a little bit better than other jurisdictions. I, for one, for example, believe, given today's technology, that we could be incorporating some of the more high-profiled areas like malls. Canadians love going to the malls, Mr. Speaker. And how we can better utilize those type of public and private facilities to make it easier for Canadians to vote, I'm all game for it. And I would encourage, whether it's Elections Canada or other provincial territorial jurisdictions, to look at ways in which we can enhance the voters' opportunity to be able to vote. I am not convinced about internet voting. I have not been sold on it. I'm far from it. I suspect that Elections Canada, at the very least, is looking into that area. I would be very much wanting to see more discussion, more public discussion on voting over the internet, Mr. Speaker. Mail-in ballots, I think, again, I'm open to some more dialogue on that. Mail-in ballots have actually increased. Advance polls within the legislation, looking at how it is that we can increase voter participation. I'm all for it, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to seeing this bill come back from third reading after it goes through committee, because I know, like myself, members of all political parties have a keen interest in terms of how our elections are ran. And I know that the Minister and the government as a whole is very much open to good ideas if we can improve the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's presence. I hope he's doing well. What I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, is that the Chief Electoral Officer years ago went to the Proc Committee and asked the government to do something about the ballot issue where we have the longest ballot group that has been causing such consternation and repetitive by-elections after by-elections, and even in the last election. Mr. Speaker, I would just ask this member, does he regret how his government let Canadian voters down by waiting so long to introduce this simple amendment in this bill?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what pleases me is that when Canada elected a new Prime Minister less than a year ago, the Prime Minister made the issue a priority, and it has taken us months, not years, months, to actually bring this legislation before us, and not only the legislation, but a tangible idea that will actually deal with the issue. Because by having a candidate or voters only being able to nominate one candidate in a particular riding, and by ensuring that you can't have an official agent for 100 candidates in the same riding, I believe that the issue will in fact be resolved with the long ballots, and I'm anticipating, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition will support that aspect of the legislation.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to start my question with a comment. I didn't do a standing order, but the member mentioned the first name of the member for Terrebonne when he spoke about her, which shouldn't happen in the House. Perhaps it escaped your vigilance, but in a friendly way to the member across the way, I'd like to mention that. Also, the question I'd like to ask is that in this bill that we're presenting this morning, we want to prevent people from signing more than one candidate nomination. I think it's an error to do this because it will hamper the number of candidates in an election. And one of the objectives of this bill, and we agree with it, but I think this measure in particular is not necessary. I think the other measures in this bill could easily do the work. So I'd like him to comment that they're only asking people to just sign one nomination slip. They want to. There's an issue there that's serious in this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's a member who is on Zoom who has their microphone turned on. The chair can, yes. Okay, I think it's fine. I will let the Parliamentary Secretary restart so he has all of his time to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my apologies. The member from Terrebonne, who is just an outstanding individual, very, very pleased, obviously, from our perspective. Mr. Speaker, I understand what the member is saying. And one of the things that I would really encourage is that the ministers or the government has already put forward the legislation. It is fairly substantive. There's a number of changes that are being proposed. And there is an opportunity, because as much as possible, we want to try to build consensus on the many different aspects that is within the legislation. If there are some specifics, I would be happy as the Parliamentary Secretary, ultimately trying to provide some advice on the legislation to advance it within the government if the member feels frustrated in any way.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his remarks. There's a number of things in C25 that I think are important and supportive, and I'm feeling charitable this morning. I'm going to give 3 different areas, and I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary decide where he might want to respond. One, I think it's important that C25 extends some of the foreign interference provisions into nominations and into leadership contests. I like the provisions around political finance and walking a balance between transparency, but also this idea that sometimes advance notice has drawn in a whole host of protests, I think unfairly disallowing Canadians to participate in political financing in a way that should be supported. The last piece is around artificial intelligence, Mr. Speaker. There is a piece in this bill that is around putting stronger provisions, particularly in a world where we're seeing the rise of disinformation online and how that can be accelerated by artificial intelligence. The Parliamentary Secretary can decide what 3 he wants to raise on that, but I would like his thoughts on one of those 3 subjects, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
All of them are very important. I believe the greatest threat to our democracy today, if we don't take actions on it, Mr. Speaker, is actually artificial intelligence and the potential of a mischievous, I call it mischievous volunteer, third party. Everything can be tapped into it today through social media and different forms of communication. And that my concern is that it doesn't take very much time in order to cause a lot of confusion, especially when you can get a so-called candidate saying something that the candidate actually didn't say by using AI. It concerns me greatly, and I don't think we've done enough on that particular issue.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the earlier reply to my question, this particular member had replied that Canadians elected a Prime Minister. And I think that's something that is a misnomer that we need to correct. Canadians elect MPs. And in fact, last night, Althea Raj said on a panel, this Prime Minister definitely has an authoritarian streak. We've seen this with all types of legislation. I was struck after the by-election when he referred to his MPs in English as his deputies. At first he was saying that. I thought it was just an error in translation. He meant deputy, and then he's just saying it in English. But then he keeps on repeating it, so I'm starting to wonder if he actually thinks members of Parliament are his deputies to do his bidding in the House of Commons, which is not their job. I'd like to ask this member if he believes he is the deputy to the Prime Minister, or does he serve his riding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I said it right at the very beginning of my comments. My first priority is the constituents in which I represent. I sit in a wonderful national caucus that has 174 members. I can assure the member, we are all equal in our caucus. Yes, the Prime Minister has a mission. The mission is very simple. The mission is to build the strongest economy in the G7, to build Canada strong for all Canadians. And every Liberal member of Parliament has gladly accepted, and we agree that that is our goal. And every Liberal member of Parliament will strive 7 days a week to ensure that Canada will become the strongest and healthiest country in the G7.
Well said. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, there are some good things in this bill, and obviously we're interested in enhancing this legislation, particularly in terms of funding for parties. The Bloc had proposed at the time a bill to make party financing public and to lower personal donations so that we don't have the richest Canadians who are funding parties and who often have privileged access. So I'd like to know from the government, why are they not planning to make party financing public again, and for every vote there'd be an amount associated with it? And the Bloc tried to establish this in 2004.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very familiar with the issue of financing of political parties and so forth. And it's with pride that I could actually say that, look, at the end of the day, contrast Canada's financial accountability and the way in which we raise funds, even whether it's provincial and some of the provinces I would suggest might need some improvement. I don't know the details of the provinces, but at the national level, I think in many ways, Canada kind of leads the G20 countries in regards to how it is most appropriate to ensure that there's a sense of equality, that the citizenry, the people that we represent understand and appreciate that you're not going to get politicians, at least here in Canada, being bought off by someone's giving a $5,000 donation to their campaign. I like the way in which we structure the financing of political parties. I think it's done exceptionally well over the last number of elections since it's actually been implemented. Again, if the member has...
I have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary. His time for question and comments has elapsed. For government bills, usually at the end of the 5 hours, it switches. Members no longer need to indicate that they are splitting their time. If the members are interested, they can find the speaking rules for government legislation after the 5 hours and what happens before, Standing Order 43 and Standing Order 74. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start this morning by thanking my grade 2 social studies teacher, Mrs. Rose Klein. It was many election cycles ago when I was in her class, and that's where I first learned about elections. And I could not have imagined that one day I would be standing here on the floor of the House of Commons debating a bill to make changes to the Canada Elections Act. So that certainly speaks to the importance of having positive role models in one's life. So Bill C-25 is an act to make certain amendments to the Canada Elections Act. I think that we can all agree that the integrity of the electoral process is fundamental to our democracy. While many Canadians may watch politics on TV and they may talk politics over coffee, I think that it's fair to say that for the vast majority of Canadians, their most important and most meaningful contribution to the democratic process is to actually go down to the polling station on Election Day and mark an X by the candidate of their choice. So it's important that we as lawmakers get this right. Of particular concern in recent years are the disruptive activities of a group calling themselves the Longest Ballot Committee. Quite simply, the Longest Ballot Committee are a group of troublemakers which seeks to disrupt the electoral process by recruiting large numbers of frivolous candidates who then flood Elections Canada offices with paperwork. As a result, ridings targeted by the Longest Ballot Committee have, as the name implies, unmanageably long ballots, up to a meter in length in some cases. In last year's general election in the riding of Carleton, and in several by-elections in previous years, nearly 100 candidates appeared on the ballot. This has led to excessively long paper ballots and a great deal of frustration among voters and Election Canada workers. In fact, Elections Canada actually had to change the format of the ballot to be write-in ballots for a by-election last year and another by-election last week because of the disruptive activities of the Longest Ballot Committee. Last fall, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee studied this matter in depth, and I was pleased to see the broad consensus among MPs from all parties to fix this problem. In fact, one of the recommendations of the committee's final report was for the government to introduce legislation to close some of the loopholes in the Canada Elections Act that were being exploited by the Longest Ballot Committee. And that legislation has come to the House of Commons in the form of Bill C-25, which we are debating here today. I would like to go through a few of the report's recommendations in detail and share my thoughts about the potential effectiveness on curtailing the disruptive activities of the Longest Ballot Committee. The first recommendation relates to collecting signatures for a candidate's nomination papers. Right now, in order to run for a seat in the House of Commons, a candidate's paperwork must include the signatures of 100 eligible voters in the candidate's riding. But there is presently no rule against a person signing the nomination papers of more than one candidate. And there is also no rule against people signing the papers before the candidate's name has been filled in at the top. So what the longest ballot committee was doing was getting people to sign the papers of many different candidates while the candidate's name was still left blank. This made it easier for the longest ballot committee to recruit frivolous candidates whose only intention was to disrupt the electoral process. Bill C-25 fixes this loophole by allowing for people to sign the nomination papers of one candidate only. While I don't believe that this will solve the problem completely, it will constrain the ability of the longest ballot committee to get frivolous candidates onto the ballot. Another matter that received considerable attention at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee was the official agents for candidates. The Canada Elections Act requires that each candidate have an official agent, but there is nothing stopping one person from serving as the official agent for multiple candidates in the same riding. Mr. Speaker, I know that everyone enjoys a good sports analogy, so I will relay to the House that some of the witnesses at committee said that allowing one person to serve as the official agent for multiple candidates in the same riding was like the coach of a sports team being allowed to coach multiple teams in the same league. That's certainly a violation of the spirit of the law, given that elections are inherently competitive processes. So I'm glad to see that that particular recommendation has made its way into Bill C-25 as well. However, I would again caution members from believing that this will completely solve the problem. Indeed, in last week's by-election in Terrebonne, which was one of the ridings targeted by the longest ballot committee, the longest ballot committee did have unique official agents for almost all of the candidates. So if I could make a prediction about the effectiveness of unique official agents in future elections, it would seem that instead of the longest ballot committee recruiting, say, 100 frivolous candidates, they will have to settle for recruiting 50 frivolous candidates and 50 frivolous official agents, which is no doubt a significant improvement, but probably not enough to dissuade the longest ballot committee from interfering with future elections. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I think that the official recommendations in the committee's report and their inclusion in Bill C-25 is a positive step to curtail the activities of the longest ballot committee. However, Mr. Speaker, I would be surprised if it solved the problem completely. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight one of the other ideas that witnesses discussed at committee, but was not included in one of the official recommendations in the final report, namely the reinstatement of mandatory monetary deposits by the candidates. For context, it used to be that a $1,000 deposit was required when a candidate registered to run in an election in this country. But in 2017, this requirement was ruled unconstitutional after a court challenge by, you guessed it, the same people behind the longest ballot committee. It was this court case that opened the door for the longest ballot committee and their current practice of running large numbers of frivolous candidates, all at no cost to themselves. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to mention that while the judge's ruling indicated that a $1,000 deposit was an unreasonable infringement of Section 3 of the Charter, the ruling left open the possibility of a deposit of a smaller, less burdensome amount. It's also worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that in last week's by-election in Terrebonne and in last year's by-election in Battle River Crowfoot, many of the longest ballot committee candidates did not receive a single vote. They could not convince a single person to vote for them, nor could they be bothered to show up to vote for themselves. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my personal view and my personal suggestion is that if the measures included in Bill C-25 are not sufficient to curtail the activities of the longest ballot committee, then the next step should be to revisit the idea of a very nominal deposit to the requirement of receiving and a very nominal number of votes on election day. Doing so would cause frivolous candidates to think twice before reaching into their wallets, while at the same time respecting the charter rights of non-frivolous candidates. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. I'm hopeful that the measures introduced in Bill C-25 will be sufficient, and I look forward to supporting this bill to committee and having it studied further detail at committee. In summary, I will be pleased to vote for this bill at second reading, and Mr. Speaker, I look forward to any questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can understand the comments that the member has put across. I disagree with the idea that you have to have a financial deposit in order to be able to say to the people you want to represent that I want my name on the ballot and I got to give money in order to do that. I'm inclined to support the court decision. But I would again recommend that the member give it more thoughts. I can recall an incident where someone had said to me, well, why is it the volunteers can collect signatures for your nomination? Why aren't you obligated to require them? And maybe that might be an alternative look at. I think that the PROC committee has an opportunity. I think the sooner that we can get the legislation off to a committee, but in second reading, I often promote getting bills to committee.
I have to give a chance to Member Regina Wascana to respond.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his question, and I would also like to congratulate him on becoming a grandfather, I believe, for the fourth time earlier this month. So I'm sure I wish him very well with the new bundle of joy. So I am hopeful that the measures in Bill C-25 are sufficient to curtail the activities of the longest ballot committee, but I think it is very telling that they were the ones behind the 2017 court case, which struck down the requirement of the $1,000 deposit. And it is also very telling that it was after that court case that they opened the door to their current disruptive activities. So we'll have to take a wait-and-see approach, and we'll have to wait and see. So.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill excludes the possibility of funding public party for reinstating public funding. The higher donations can be, the higher appearance of conflicts of interest and corruption can be. We know, for instance, that there was a case with the former Prime Minister who authorized the opening of a new bank for the Chinese community in British Columbia and in Toronto. The following day, he received 45 donations of the maximum donation amount to his riding. And those donations came, of course, from those communities in Toronto and in British Columbia. That kind of corruption or appearance of corruption could be eliminated if we instated public party financing and making huge donations impossible. I'll give the member for Regina Wascana the opportunity to respond.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Well, certainly undue influence and undue foreign influence is a concern in our elections. It is good to have a large number of grassroots Canadians participating in the democratic process. That is certainly preferable to a small number of well-to-do insiders. But I would caution against the idea of public funds for parties or a per-vote subsidy for parties. I think that if individuals want to get people to vote for them, they have to go out and knock on doors and do some fundraising at the same time. So I think that having a nominal amount of fundraising for candidates and for parties is a good thing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monarchy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Winston Churchill famously remarked that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. And the parliamentary system is not a perfect system. It's only as good as the actors in it. When 93% of the electorate votes for the party and not for the candidate, and only 7% vote for the candidate, that's a distortion of the democracy, the way parliamentary democracy is set up. The member mentioned reinstating the $1,000 thing because the same problem applies also to the people in the long ballot. What they're doing is doing this. So I was wondering if the member could talk about the $1,000 reinstatement.
Interrupt the member to let the member for Regina Wascana respond in less than 30 seconds.
Yes, and I should be clear that I am hopeful that the measures included in Bill C-25 are sufficient to curtail the activities of the longest ballot committee. If they are not, then we will be right back here looking, scratching our heads and looking for new ways to curtail their activities. I think that the mandatory deposits are the most promising way, given the past activities of the committee.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
Merci.
The honourable member.
Speaker, it's an honor to rise today in the House of Commons to speak in support of Bill C-25, the Strong and Free Elections Act. Mr. Speaker, this legislation represents an important step in protecting Canada's electoral process in a variety of ways, including from emerging challenges posed, as my colleague across the way had just mentioned, the efforts of the longest ballot committee to make things more difficult and more challenging for Elections Canada. It deals with the challenges posed by having an official agent be able to serve as an official agent for more than one candidate. But it also deals with the challenges that are posed by emerging technological threats, such as the misuse of artificial intelligence. And for the sake of my remarks here in this House today, I'd like to focus on the latter, Mr. Speaker. Modern technology has transformed how we communicate and access information. It connects us, informs us, and strengthens participation in our democracy, but, Mr. Speaker, it can also be misused. Bill C-25 recognizes this emerging challenge and includes a clear and necessary response to a particularly challenging application of artificial intelligence. Of course, I'm referring to deepfake technology. Deepfakes are artificially generated or manipulated images, videos, or audio recordings that make it appear, Mr. Speaker, as though someone has said or done something even if they never did. These fabrications can be highly convincing, and a reasonable person could be tricked into believing that they are real, Mr. Speaker. And under the Canada Elections Act, it is already illegal to impersonate certain electoral actors, including, of course, the candidates and the chief electoral officer, with the intent to mislead voters. However, these provisions were developed before the rapid rise of modern technologies, such as artificial intelligence, and do not fully capture the risk posed by deepfake technology. Bill C-25 modernizes this framework. It explicitly extends the existing impersonation offenses to include the creation and distribution of realistic and misleading images, videos, and audio of electoral actors intended to deceive Canadians. Et Monsieur le Président, partout dans le monde.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, there have been cases of manipulated video and falsified audio of political personalities which have been used for disinformation. And Canada is not safe from that type of threats. In fact, cybersecurity experts in a recent assessment of the threat landscape of threats to the democratic process, for instance, the Canadian Cybersecurity Centre has warned us that artificial intelligence was already transforming the way that our elections are targeted. In just 2 years, we went from a few isolated incidents to over 100 incidents of artificial intelligence used to interfere with elections around the world. This is not a theoretical risk, Mr. Speaker. This is a real growing trend. Moreover, tools that are being used are every day becoming less expensive, more accessible, and easier to use, Mr. Speaker. In the past, this required sophisticated tools, but today there are cheap, easily available software that can be used. Democracy is based on confidence and trust. voters need to be able to make decisions based on reliable information.
If we don't take action and take action now, what we will inevitably see in the years ahead is the erosion of trust in our democratic process. And that is precisely the malicious objective of those who deploy these tools. Because of our robust election laws and the general health of our democratic system, our cybersecurity experts assess that it is unlikely that disinformation from artificial intelligence would, on its own, undermine the integrity of our elections. Not yet. And that is reassuring. But it is not a reason to delay action. The same experts emphasize that technology is improving and access to it is expanding rapidly. And in short, we know the threat is growing and we need to take action. As Parliament has responded to evolving challenges to our elections on a regular basis in the past, we must act again. And through Bill C-25, we are doing exactly that, Mr. Speaker. We're being proactive, as we should be, in addressing this rapidly emerging issue. By expanding the existing ban on impersonation to capture deepfakes, we're sending a powerful message that Canada will not allow technological mischief to undermine the integrity of our elections, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me also emphasize that this addition reflects an appropriate balance in protecting free speech and combating malicious interference. This bill does not restrict legitimate political expression, nor does it limit, Mr. Speaker, political debate or target opinion, criticism, or satire. In fact, the Canada Elections Act explicitly permits parody and other forms of lawful expression that are an important part of our democratic discourse, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-25 does not change that. Instead, what Bill C-25 targets is intentional deception, Mr. Speaker, specifically the use of synthetic media to mislead voters about real people or events. Pour être clair, Monsieur le Président, la loi...
To be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Canada Elections Act already forbids fraud and false declarations in elections. Deepfakes are just one sophisticated version of that practice, which uses technology to manipulate voices and images. These examples are not expressions of opinion, but rather this is manipulation, and there must be clear consequences.
Of this piece of legislation, finding that balance between allowing the electorate freedom of speech, especially during elections, Mr. Speaker. And every single one of us in this room are here because we ran in an election. We debated. We perhaps had town halls, invited our citizens to challenge our ideas. Every one of us in here has had somebody disagree with some of what we had put forward personally, with what perhaps our party had put forward, with perhaps something our leader had put forward as an idea or a policy. That, Mr. Speaker, is protected and will always be protected. And this piece of legislation does not change that. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-25 proposes targeted priority amendments to the Canada Elections Act that further protect and secure our elections. It aims to ensure that when Canadians participate in an election, they can do so based on reliable information from trusted sources. Mr. Speaker, this is about preserving the integrity of our democratic processes in the face of rapidly changing technology. Throughout our history, Canada has adapted its institutions to meet new challenges, and this is no different. We have strengthened safeguards in response to evolving threats in the past, and we have done so while upholding the fundamental rights and freedoms that define us as a proud nation. The Canada Elections Act is renowned for its election safeguards, robust political financing rules, and transparency requirements as a result of continual gradual updates and improvements put forward by members of all sides of this House, all political parties on both sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-25 adds reasonable guardrails. It is measured, and it is targeted to the challenges we face. It reflects the reality that the nature of electoral interference is changing and that our laws must change with it. And Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to support this legislation, and when it comes time to committee, to add ways in which we can improve upon it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires de l'honorable député de La Pointe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you. I have an important question. Based on my understanding of this bill, it would release the government of the obligation to release donors' names and addresses. Is that the case? Because if that is the case, I think that's opening the door wide to corruption. If people will be able to donate up to $1,500, $1,600, $1,700 and their names won't be made public, then we will have no way to check whether, for instance, ministers are granting access to some activities based on donations received. We have experienced examples of this type of corruption before. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my opinion, that's not the case. That said, when this bill is before committee, I encourage my colleague to share his concerns. He can also share some ideas as to how we can improve the bill so that we can avoid the type of examples that my honourable colleague mentioned earlier today.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the member's comments, especially in regards to AI, deep fakes, and so forth. And I think it's important for us to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that in no way is this a legislation that's meant to have a censorship of sorts. This is, in fact, something in which we want to protect the integrity of our democratic system. That's what this legislation is all about. Given technological advances, AI, and mischievous characters, whether it's an individual, another state, that this type of legislation is needed. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his further thoughts as to why it's important that we address the changes in technology that we've witnessed over the last number of years.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil.
Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. At the end of the day, something I feel really strongly about is that this piece of legislation is for the next generation of Canadians. It's for our children. One of the big fears that I have is not taking action on the emerging threats that we're seeing. And when my son, who's currently 11, 7 years from now, goes to vote for the first time, that he's not living in a Canada that hasn't addressed the issue of deepfakes. That he doesn't live in a Canada where it's difficult to know what is real and what is not real, Mr. Speaker. So I think I'm very happy to see that there might be bipartisan support on this piece of legislation because I do feel this is incredibly important, not just for us, but for future generations and safeguarding our electoral process.
We have time for a very short question before statements. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Very briefly then, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Vaudreuil, does it not occur to him that it's time to revisit what Jean Chrétien put forward as the most advanced financing laws in Canada, and to other points made by other members, to encourage Canadians to vote, to give people a reason to vote, even if they're in a so-called safe riding for a party they don't favor, to restore the per-vote support?
And we will have to find out after statements by members and after question period what the member thinks about that. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, it's a well-known fact that when you visit the Yukon, you will come back. In fact, you may never leave. There are raw adventures like the grueling Arctic Ultra in 40 below, or the luxury of viewing northern lights from your fire-warmed cabin. We have it all, and we have it for anyone. Hot springs, dog sledding, kayaking, hiking, paddling down river to Dawson City, where you can take in the show at Diamond Tooth Gertie's after a soak in the spa. Faire découvrir au monde.
Sharing these exceptional landscapes, culture, and exceptional community with the world is a key part of our local economy. In fact, tourism accounted for approximately 4.4% of the territory's GDP in 2022, and the sector continues to grow.
Has made towards Yukon tourism, including funding for Josie's Old Crow Adventures, alpine glamping, wellness on the land, the McBride Museum, and many more. Mr. Speaker, on this final day of National Tourism Week, led by the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, I want to salute and to thank the operators, guides, entrepreneurs, artists, and community leaders who make every visit to the Yukon an unforgettable experience.
C'est beau.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
I rise to pay homage to World War II veteran Alvy Burden. Alvy was a resident of Armstrong, British Columbia, and was not only Armstrong's oldest veteran, but he was also Canada's oldest black veteran of the Second World War. Born in Tisdale, Saskatchewan in 1922, Alvy Burden joined the Canadian Forces at the age of 19 and was posted to the Saskatoon Light Infantry Regiment. Alvy served more than 21 months at the Italian and Dutch campaigns and was the only black member of his company. In Italy, Alvy Burden was nearly killed in action by shrapnel wounds to his head and wrists. Thankfully, Alvy made his recovery, lived on, and helped younger generations understand the realities of war until he passed on March 26th at the age of 104 years old. Alvy Burden's service reminds us today of the sacrifices that members of the Canadian Armed Forces have made and continue to make on our behalf, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, the YMCA of Greater Toronto is grounded in 6 core values: inclusiveness, integrity, kindness, optimism, respect, and well-being. Once in a lifetime, you may encounter someone who truly lives and breathes these ideals. Medhat Sabeh Mahdi, the former president and CEO of the YMCA of Greater Toronto, was one of those rare individuals. Earlier this month, he sadly passed away. He was an inspiring community builder who was named to the Order of Canada in recognition of his more than 50 years serving the YMCA, which he transformed into a place for social infrastructure and health equity. He championed causes like combating anti-black racism, youth homelessness, and expanding child care centers. His impact on Scarborough Agincourt is ongoing through his work on the Bridletown Neighborhood Centre, a project which, when completed, will serve as a physical embodiment of his vision, compassion, and unwavering commitment. Medhat's life's work will continue to resonate for generations to come. Smile on.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
As we celebrate National Volunteer Week, I want to thank the remarkable people who are the heart of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, our volunteers. People like Chief Fire Prevention Officer Brent Norton with 45 years of service, or Captain John Houston for 30 years of service as firefighters with the Prescott Fire Service. North Grenville's Volunteer of the Year, Victor DeRoche, or Wendy Galloway, who received a Lifetime Volunteer Achievement Award from the Brockville Chamber of Commerce, or Ty Carswell of the Gananoque Minor Hockey. Whether it's the Delta Maple Syrup Festival, the Spencerville Fair, the Cardinal Labor Fest, Athens Corn Fest, whether they are volunteering with the Brockville or Gananoque Food Banks, the Westport Legion, Senior Support Services in Lanark, Leeds, Grenville, volunteers with churches, historical societies, agricultural societies, and more, from Rideau Lakes to Front of Young. To every volunteer in our community, I want to say thank you. You are the foundation of this incredible community that I'm proud to serve and that we share as our home.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil.
I recognize the incredible students being honored at this year's Montérégie West Community Network's Youth Gala, an annual event that celebrates Anglophone students in my community of Vaudreuil who demonstrate perseverance, excellence, and leadership in their schools and in their community. These young people have worked hard to overcome challenges and stay focused on their goals. Their determination and commitment set a strong example for their peers and remind us of the important role youth play in shaping our collective future. I want to thank the organizers, the teachers, the principals, the parents, the mentors, and the caregivers who support these students each and every day and help create opportunities for them to succeed. Without their guidance and love, these students simply could not reach their full potential. And to the students being honored, know that I'm proud of you and our community of Vaudreuil is proud of you. You have worked hard, and in your own way, you have made your mark. Your dedication inspires us all, and I wish you every success in the years ahead. I have no doubt this is just the beginning of wonderful things to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, it's 1 year into this Liberal government's mandate. So you know what that means? It's report card time. Hey. Let's have a look at how the Liberals are doing. Negotiating a trade deal with the United States, fail. Making housing more affordable, fail. Addressing the rising cost of living, fail. Lowering government spending, fail. Getting immigration under control, fail. Across the board, this Liberal government has earned a failing grade. But it's not them being held back, it's Canadians. The young couple who can't afford a first home, the auto worker whose shift got cut, the small business owner who woke up to a 25% tariff, the farmer with nowhere to sell, they're all being held back. The Prime Minister wants to talk about forward guidance. Well, Mr. Speaker, how about he starts by looking back at 365 days of future and the impact that that has had on Canadians?
Just a reminder to members, a statement by members, I meant one member at a time. The Honourable Member for Sydney Glace Bay.
Mr. Speaker, this week we celebrate National Volunteer Week, a time to honour those who make our community stronger, kinder, and more connected. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of recognizing outstanding volunteers and community leaders through monthly spotlights and community leadership awards. Individuals like Jocelyn Hines, Marin Curry, Whitney Green, Steve and Gina DeVoe, Christina Lamy, Dennis Shea, Matt McDonald, Angie McDonald-Fraser, Heather Carr, and Faith Dillon, along with groups like the Cape Breton University hockey team and the volunteers of St. George's Church. Now, their compassion, Mr. Speaker, and dedication remind us that meaningful change begins at the community level. So I invite all members to join me in thanking the volunteers of Sydney Glace Bay and across Canada for all they do.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Today, the Liberals want people to believe that they are in favor of pipelines, but it's all an illusion. Not so long ago, they declared there was no business case for LNG development, and this Liberal Prime Minister still hasn't gotten rid of the Liberals' anti-development laws. In my home province of Saskatchewan, natural resource development is not an abstract. They make up 10 to 15% of the provincial government's budget. They pay for hospitals, schools, roads, and social services. But as a landlocked province, Saskatchewan cannot prosper from these resources without pipelines. And for over a decade, this Liberal government has been all talk and no action on resource development. Mr. Speaker, in the face of global trade threats, when will this Liberal government going to get serious about resource development? Instead of more recycled speeches and photo ops, we need to get shovels in the ground quickly for oil and gas infrastructure to build strength at home and unbreakable leverage abroad.
Well said. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the 52nd edition of Volunteer Week is coming to a close, and it is with pride and gratitude that I would like to highlight the dedication of those who give selflessly. Helping a neighbor, supporting a senior, delivering a meal, providing a ride to a medical appointment, cooking, offering companionship, offering support, showing love. That is what volunteering is all about. Without these guardian angels, countless people would be isolated. A huge number of young people would lack guidance, and the multitude of amateur sports would not be able to take place. Being a volunteer means finding fulfillment through self-giving. It means spreading smiles. It means sowing and reaping moments of happiness. Countless organizations rely on volunteers. I'd like to give a special shout-out to the volunteer action centers that coordinate these generous efforts in Dautrey, Maskinongé, Matavini, and throughout Quebec. Dear volunteers, you are the light that shines at the heart of our communities. For your daily dedication, I say thank you.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
You missed an amazing basketball game this Wednesday. The all-party basketball team made up of MPs and staff was victorious yet again this year by just 2 points against the parliamentary press team. It was done, Speaker, to support Christie Lake Kids, which is an incredible charity in my community of Ottawa Centre that provides recreational supports for so many kids in our community. And this charity basketball tournament this year raised $20,000. It's just incredible, Speaker. I want to give a special shout out to our teammates, the honourable members from Kenora, Keewatin, La Prairie, Atatakan, Sackville, Bedford, Preston, Victoria, Whitby, Honoré Mercier, and Desanete, Mississippi, Churchill River. These were incredible players, but also a big thank to all the Parliamentary Press Gallery members, the sponsors, the volunteers, the staff, and the Christie Lake Kids staff team for making this such an incredible event.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising the alarm bells about Ontario's auto sector. The sector depends on access to the U.S. market. The sector has paid $5 billion in tariffs over the last year. $5 billion. Wow. Passenger car and light truck exports to the United States are plummeting. The Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association has said, quote, you cannot have a commercially viable automotive plant in Canada facing tariffs of that size. Toyota has said that tariffs had made manufacturing in Ontario, quote, unsustainable. Yet the government has given no formal date for formal negotiations on Section 232 tariffs, unlike Mexico, and no explanation for the decision to go slow on the tariff negotiations. The auto sector and its workers are worried about the status quo. They need to know when tariff relief is in sight. Bleeding $5 billion a year is unsustainable. Something is going to break. Yes. The auto sector is running out of time while the government goes slow on its approach to the tariff negotiations. Yes.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Prime Minister, this government believes in big projects. We understand the benefits, Mr. Speaker, of having jobs and an economy, building the strongest and healthiest economy in the G7. I stand today because of the potential of the Port of Churchill. This is something, Mr. Speaker, that will connect the prairie provinces to the Atlantic Ocean directly. The potential is there, it's real, it's tangible. We look to the Prime Minister, we look to the Premier of the province, we look to the Indigenous communities, we look to the leadership to understand the value of the Port of Churchill, not only to the province of Manitoba, but to all of Canada, and to ask all parliamentarians to get on side and recognize the true value of these major projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bull River.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' recently manufactured majority is starting to settle in. All of a sudden, they can move fast when it comes to grabbing control of committees to prevent scrutiny of their behavior. Ethics, public accounts, operations, and estimates. Committees are important to ensure the public can trust that power is not being abused. And these are at the risk of being taken over by the Liberals. We never seem to have to look very far for glaring examples of why oversight is so important. A software scandal with almost $300 million wasted on failed e-prescribing. The program didn't work. This latest boondoggle makes the ArriveCan scandal look like a warm-up act. Yeah. While the Liberals complain about two-tier health care, they keep defending a $275 million spent on health care for benefits for fake asylum claimants. Benefits that Canadians don't have access to. This is Liberal logic. And finally, I hope finally, the week isn't over, the Liberals are turning a gravel pit into a money pit with $200 million spent for Liberal insiders to get rich. And the Liberals say they're just getting started.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, I have excellent news to share for Canada and for the Canadian Armed Forces. This week, we confirmed that recruitment in the Canadian Armed Forces has reached its highest level in 30 years. Over the past year, the number of applications has more than doubled, reaching over 45,000. Furthermore, we have recruited 7,310 regular force members, which exceeds our target. And our soldiers, sailors, and airmen are doing essential and remarkable work. We need more of them. The Canadian Armed Forces' continued success in recruitment demonstrates much more than mere progress. It reflects a renewed strengthening at the heart of our military institution. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to rearm, rebuild, and reinvest in our forces. Thank you.
Member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, this week our local food bank held a Volunteer Appreciation Day to thank its supporters for the role they play in helping to address and solve issues of affordability within our community. Project Share has been providing emergency food and support services to residents of Niagara Falls for more than 30 years. And sadly, more than ever, food banks in Niagara and across this country are being stretched beyond their limits by an affordability crisis caused by these Liberals.
That's right.
The PM likes to remind himself and anyone who will listen that he is the smartest person in the room, yet he doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit and only added inflationary pressures to the economic hardship Canadians face today. On March 25th, the PM told Canadians affordability is the best it's ever been in over a decade. But the more these Liberals spend, the worse inflation gets, and the more Canadians struggle just to get by. Best in over a decade? Tell that to the 2 million Canadians who visit a food bank every month, and tell that to the 13,000 residents in Niagara Falls.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, Ottawa was proud to host the 33rd Canadian Legislative Conference of the International Association of Firefighters. This annual gathering brings firefighters from across the country together to engage with parliamentarians and to raise awareness about federal issues that affect both their profession and the communities they serve. Representatives from the White Rock and Surrey Fire Departments raised issues directly affecting their members, including increasing the Memorial Grant Program and strengthening protections for communities against lithium battery fires. These courageous first responders put their lives on the line every day to protect our residents and respond to emergencies. They are also deeply committed to their communities, raising funds for local charities, supporting families in need, and giving back through countless volunteer initiatives. I thank our firefighters for their courage, their compassion, and their unwavering service to our...
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, with these Liberals, it is more spending, more debt, more inflation, more of the same. They tell Canadians things are under control, but this Prime Minister doubled Trudeau's deficit, adding $90 billion in net new spending. Now, debt interest costs Canadians $55 billion a year, more than we spend on health transfers. The C.D. Howe Institute says fiscal excess has undermined growth and living standards. Translation, reckless Liberal spending is making Canadians poor. Next week, this government tables its fiscal update. Will it doom Canadians to more of the same?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I know it's Friday, but it seems that my colleague has the wrong QP card, Mr. Speaker. Let me help him, because I think he might want to have some of the facts in order to send to his constituent. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund said Canada has the strongest fiscal position of the G7, Mr. Speaker. That's great news that I hope he's going to bring to his constituent. More than that, Mr. Speaker, Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. This is extraordinary. We're going to build this country strong with all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Hot air, no results. More of the same is exactly what Canadians are getting. Reckless spending that never stops. Billions on consultants, billions on their failed gun grab, billions on high-speed rail, more waste, inflation, and pressure on Canadians. When the Prime Minister says affordability has never been better, is that what he calls record prices and the worst food inflation in the G7? Will the Prime Minister cut the waste and bring down his out-of-control spending, or is he just another Liberal?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I'm just another Liberal fighting for Canadians every day like all my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's astonishing. I know it's Friday and things are light because it's sunshine in Ottawa, but Mr. Speaker, no results. Just look at what the International Monetary Fund said just last week. Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to look as his record, as his scorecard, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know what matters. Fighting for Canadians every day, helping Canadians in need, building Canada strong together, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larabe-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal Prime Minister claims that the cost of living has never been so good in over a decade. Yet, with $90 billion in new spending and $55.6 billion a year in interest, Canadians are paying more than ever for housing, food, and transportation. Even the C.D. Howe Institute calls it a fiscal fantasy. Next week, will this Liberal Prime Minister condemn Canada to even more debt, higher interest rates, and an ever-increasing cost of living for families? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, but I know it's Friday, but he must be reading the wrong question, Mr. Speaker, because the real question today is how Canada is ranking amongst the other G7 countries. And here, the IMF last week said that Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. These are facts, Mr. Speaker, and I know that my colleague in his heart knows that that's the truth. And of course, he will bring the good news back to all of his electors. Canada is in a good position, and we're going to build a strong Canada together, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-La-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I won't allow the Minister of Finance try to guess what's in my heart, but what's in my heart are the Uyghurs I met last week who've lost their jobs. What's in my heart, Mr. Speaker, is the family I'm meeting at the grocery store who have to decide what to take out of their grocery cart. And what's in my heart, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada is getting poorer, it's changing, and this government is just making things worse day after day. It's Friday, Mr. Speaker. Will this minister show some compassion? Think about Canadian families who are in debt, who will have and create more costs for everyone. That's what's in my heart, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Government House Leader. I know that my colleague has a big heart, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're somewhat perplexed why he voted against the increase in the OAS and dental care and full school programs, the CCB. He voted against all of these programs. Despite his big heart, Mr. Speaker, we challenged the Conservatives to table the cuts they're proposing. Will the member table in the House these cuts that the Conservative Party is proposing?
The Liberals have made grand promises of spending less and investing more, yet we heard from Finance Canada that their savings plan wasn't about spending less at all. With net new spending at $90 billion and interest on our nation's debt totaling more than we spend on healthcare transfers, Canadians are footing the bill in the amount of $3,300 a year per family. What are the Liberals going to tell Canadians next week when they release their fiscal update? Will it doom Canadians to more of the same?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I have no doubt that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, will bring in an exciting update that will tell Canadians about the major progress that we are making in building Canada strong. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I asked Conservatives to table a detailed list of spending cuts they propose because they do talk about inflationary spending, and I hope my honourable colleague can help me. Is it the Canada Child Benefit? Is that inflationary spending? Is it the dental care plan? Is it old age security? Is it Canada student loans? Could the member tell us?
Honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, after running a decade of deficits, the Liberals have doubled the cost of housing, doubled the cost of rent, and now doubled the deficit from Justin Trudeau. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians who are struggling to afford groceries, pay their rent, and fill up their tanks with gas. When will these Liberals finally admit they have gotten it wrong, change course, and get their spending under control so Canadians can afford to live again?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
I would ask again, just like the Government House Leader just did, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives talk a big game, but they don't want to get specific about what vital programs they would cut in order to pay for their irresponsible plans, Mr. Speaker. We have Canada Child Benefit, we have the Canadian Dental Care Plan, and just recently we've brought forward the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit that will deliver over $1,800 per lower income family in that member's riding. She would deny them childcare, she would deny them dental, and she would lower their Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. Not on this side, we've got Canadians' backs.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are scrambling to launch their plan for a new dirty oil pipeline out west. Things are buzzing in Ottawa, but you know where it's quiet? On the developer side. There's no one there. So who's going to pay? Well, the Minister of Natural Resources confirmed yesterday at committee that he wants to hand out $10 billion in public funds to Indigenous communities so they'll agree to participate. The Liberals are trying to buy social license with $10 billion in checks. Will they back down and commit to not putting Quebecers' money into their pipeline? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers will also benefit from our program to build a strong Canada. We saw a new graphite mine. We've seen the opening up of a mega project that will create thousands of jobs in the Montreal region, and that will continue to feed our supply chains and lower costs for Canadians. Quebecers will participate in this upswing in the Canadian economy, and we will continue to build a very, very strong Canada. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, he wanted to talk about something else, which means this question obviously bothered him. Quebecers have already paid $34 billion for the Trans Mountain pipeline. We're already paying tens of billions in oil subsidies, even though these companies are raking in profits because of the war in Iran. And there's no way we're paying for yet another dirty oil pipeline. Quebecers want their money to be used to fight climate change, to fight U.S. tariffs, and to fund health care. Anything but saving money for oil companies. Will the Liberals finally understand this? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague, but I think he's forgotten everything we've done. The Government House Leader has just talked about projects which will advance Quebec. For example, Quebec is one of the biggest mining areas because we are part of these major industries, and there's this new graphite project, and we have built battery ecosystem. We'll be at the cutting edge of technology to build EV vehicles together, and it's source of pride for Quebecers. The member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' ecological descent into hell continues. This morning, they just approved the expansion of yet another gas project out west. They're announcing Sunrise, a project designed to export gas produced by hydraulic fracturing instead of developing clean energy and reducing our dependence on dirty oil like other countries are doing. Canada is using the war in Iran as an excuse to dig itself deeper into the gas industry, another giant step backward. Is there any limit to the setbacks that the Liberals will accept from their Prime Minister? The Honourable Government House Leader. Canada will remain a leader in conventional and renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. Canada will continue to build major projects which make us proud. And update, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister of Public Services, is in Quebec right now to announce another big project for people in Quebec, the first port with a designation at the Port of Quebec City will be going to continue to build, create jobs, and create opportunities for Quebecers and for all Canadians.
For Lakeland.
Canadians must cut back at home while the Prime Minister doubled Trudeau's deficit, spent $90 billion more. Debt interest charges alone, over $55 billion. That's more than federal transfers for healthcare to all provinces combined. Yet this PM spends drunkenly on lavish food and flights while he travels the world. But families pay over $3,300 a year for his interest charges. The Liberals force Canadians to sacrifice essentials every day. Food banks are up because food costs have skyrocketed. So when will the Liberals get spending under control so Canadians can afford to live again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans know, of course, like all Canadians do, that we are in very uncertain times globally. The world is in a tumultuous place, but fortunately, Canada enters this with the strongest debt situation in the G7. That's a fantastic place to be in when you're in difficult times, and now we are spending to make sure that we are protecting Canadians from these dangerous headwinds. I'd ask my colleague, what are the cuts that she would propose that would allow us then to meet her objective of reducing what is already the lowest net debt and one of the lowest deficits in the G7.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Always, Liberals love to spend other people's money and blame everyone and everything else for their own record. The Bank of Canada confirms high deficits drive high interest rates. Since 2015, these Liberals' crazy deficits have skyrocketed. That means higher mortgage payments, higher car payments, higher credit card bills. High Liberal spending drives high inflation, and Canadians pay the price. Every buck the PM spends comes from Canadians. So will Liberals agree with Conservatives to cut consultants, foreign aid, healthcare for fake refugees, bring down costs at grocery stores, pumps and homes, and make Canada affordable for all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps my
colleague this morning didn't hear the Minister of Finance highlight the fact that the International Monetary Fund has reaffirmed that Canada has the best debt position in the G7, that we have the second fastest growing economy in the G7. She asked for the government to be able to make tough choices. Our comprehensive expenditure review is going to save $40 billion to the taxpayers of this country. But some of the spending we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is about supporting the Canadian Armed Forces. Is she suggesting that we shouldn't spend $60 billion to support our men and women in uniform? Is that the position of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, it takes a special kind of spending problem to make Justin Trudeau look fiscally responsible, yet this Prime Minister has done it. His budget 2025 added $90 billion in net new spending, and the government is now paying over $55 billion this year just to service our debt. Canadians are being told to tighten their belts, yet this Prime Minister can't even find his. Next week's fiscal update is the moment of truth. Will the Prime Minister finally get serious, rein in his out-of-control spending, and stop pouring inflationary gasoline on family and seniors who are struggling to survive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, these are very serious times in our country, in fact globally. Canadians understand that we are living through a precarious time, that we have to work extremely hard to ensure that we build our economy, that we invest in Canadians so that they are supported through these difficult times. And that's why, Speaker, Canadians deserve serious leadership, and that is precisely what this Prime Minister and this government is doing. We are investing in Canadians as a bridge to a better future tomorrow. That's the work we're doing, whether it's the work we're doing in diversifying our economy here in Canada and opening new countries as places to...
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Serious leadership looks like understanding what Canadians are going through. The Prime Minister says affordability has never been better. If that's true, I would hate to see what he thinks expensive looks like. When was the last time that he actually went into a grocery store and bought groceries for himself in Canada? I highly doubt it's been in this millennium. So let me remind him of reality. After a decade of Liberal spending, families are paying 42% more for groceries than they were in 2015. Everything costs more. Canadians are struggling to stay afloat. If life is so affordable, why are more Canadians lining up at food banks than ever before?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'll give Conservatives credit. They are on message. The script doesn't change, Mr. Speaker. It does not change. But I'll remind my colleagues that it was their leader. They talk about being in touch. It was their leader who stood in front of the home of a waitress and called it a shack. What do they want to cut? They've never answered us on that side. What would they cut? Would they cut the child benefit? Would they cut the food program in schools? Would they cut daycare supports? They'd cut all of it, Mr. Speaker. They don't have a plan. They're not serious.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. Order. Rideau Lakes.
The Ethics Committee issued its report to make Canada's conflict of interest laws stronger, and we know that Canada needs it because Canadians deserve accountability, but we have a Prime Minister who is guaranteed future bonus payments from Brookfield, the company that he used to run. So the Prime Minister should sell his assets so Canadians know that his decisions are in the public interest, not his own personal financial interest, which is currently the case. So the Prime Minister has an opportunity to do the right thing, to show Canadians he's serious about democracy and about accountability. So will the Prime Minister sell his assets and adopt the committee's recommendations?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as that member knows, all 343 of us must abide by some of the strictest ethics rules that exist in the world. The Prime Minister disposed of all his assets in a blind trust on the day of his election as Liberal Party leader, 5 days before he was sworn in as Prime Minister. He took this step on day one, and let's contrast that with that member's leader, who's been here for 20 years and still does not have a security clearance, Mr. Speaker. Not a security clearance. That member needs to stand in his place and answer, when will his leader get a security?
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals handed $200 million tax dollars to a six-person company of Liberal insiders to lease a so-called spaceport consisting of a gravel parking lot and a small concrete slab. $200 million tax dollars to a company that doesn't even own the land, but rather leases the land from the province of Nova Scotia for a fraction of a price. How do these Liberals justify handing $200 million tax dollars to Liberal insiders for a gravel pit?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, establishing Canadian sovereign space launch capabilities is going to drive billions of dollars in investments. It's going to create good-paying jobs. It's going to increase Canada's sovereignty, reduce our economy's reliance on the United States, and support a commercial space launch and re-entry industry that could be worth up to $40 billion. This is what we're investing in, essential capabilities that protect Canada and create massive economic benefits for Canadians. How can they be against that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, only the Liberals could spend $200 million tax dollars to rent land already owned by taxpayers. But then again, the former Liberal Premier of Nova Scotia serves on the advisory board to the company, and the lobbyist for the project is none other than a former staffer to the Liberal Minister of Justice. Isn't this just another case of Liberal insiders getting rich while taxpayers get ripped off?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are busy rebuilding, rearming, and reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces. We're proud to invest in space capabilities, including space launch infrastructure. It's important for us to assert our sovereignty and our security in space-based communications, Mr. Speaker, particularly in the Arctic. This is one of a continuing series of generational investments to ensure both Canada's security and our sovereignty. Thank you, sir.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu is not Montreal, but the federal government considers Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu to be Montreal for the purposes of applying the rules of the TFW program. Result, because the unemployment rate is high in Montreal, we're not allowed to hire or retain workers in Saint-Jean, even though our local unemployment rate is low. Everyone has spoken out, the city, members of the National Assembly in Quebec City, the Chamber of Commerce, and many others. I've myself contacted 3 ministers, including the Minister of Quebec. Since Saint-Jean is not Montreal, will this government treat Saint-Jean separately instead of harming businesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to make sure that the member opposite knows that our temporary foreign work program, the use is down 50% in 2025 and makes up less than 1% of our workforce. In terms of ensuring that our EI program tackles the needs of all communities across the country, that's something that our government remains committed to, especially at a time when our EI program is so essential to Canadian workers right across the country.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the federal government lazily assumes that all cities within the same census metropolitan area are the same, but Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu is not Montreal. People from Montreal won't take 2.5-hour commute by public transit to come to work there every day, and we're a national strategic hub for defence. And at a time when the federal government is investing in defence, our local businesses are not allowed to hire or retain their workforce. Does this minister realize how absurd this is, and will he change the rules? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to dialogue with the Quebec government with respect to the temporary foreign workers, and we know how important Quebec's regions need labour, and there's nothing sadder if you have an orders you can't fill because you don't have enough workers. So we're very sensitive to this situation described by my Bloc colleague, and we will continue to dialogue with Quebec government in this respect.
Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Immigration had the gall to say it's perfectly fine for Canadians to fund health care for scammers, rejected refugees claimants, because, I quote, it's just 0.2% of the total health spending. Unbelievable! Over the past decade, more than 130,000 failed asylum claimants received better health care than Canadian taxpayers, footing the $275 million bill. Why is this Liberal government, why is this acceptable to this Liberal government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
The member is referring to the Interim Federal Health Program, Mr. Speaker, a program that's been in existence since the 1950s, a program that's been supported by successive
Conservative and Liberal governments. Yes, this program does provide health care for those seeking asylum. What have we seen since 2015? A mass displacement crisis across the world. Canada has seen a mass increase as a result of those seeking asylum in this country. The program's costs obviously have grown dramatically since then. What have we done? We've worked to bring down costs, putting in place a co-payment system going into effect in May.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
These Liberals should have to look the Canadians in the eye who can't access health care. Facing such long waits in hospitals, they are dying. And tell them their place in the system that they pay for is being bumped by a fake refugee taking advantage of them. As much as the minister enjoys manipulating what is said, the reality is Canadians are getting worse health care than the scammers. Rejected refugees, for whatever reason, should not be in Canada, and they certainly should not be getting better health care than Canadians. When will it end?
Secretary of Immigration.
Use of the interim federal health program, Mr. Speaker, has declined by 43% quite recently. We'll continue to see that because we're seeing a dramatic decline in the number of people seeking asylum in this country. It's down by a third, in fact. In fact, let's go one step further, though, and question the premise of the question. Refugees make up 1% of the country's population. Are they trying to tell us seriously now that refugees are to blame for challenges in the healthcare system? They demonize, they play right-wing politics, they embrace populism. It's no way forward. We'll focus on Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
The Liberal government spent almost $300 million on a national prescribing software that filled less than 5% of all prescriptions. Now they've canceled it entirely, yet 85% of the technology used is in the private hands of TELUS Health. Wow. That's the definition of wasteful spending of tax dollars. Will the health minister explain to Canadians how she wasted $300 million on prescribe IT?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. We both work on the Health Committee, and I respect her work on health issues and also on this topic. So, as the member knows, Prescribe It was developed and introduced under the previous government at a request of provinces and territories. Unfortunately, the uptake wasn't high enough, so our new government has decided to end the program. At the same time, we've introduced a connected care bill through the Senate, which will increase interoperability for digital tools and solutions. Then this will help improve healthcare and connectivity for patients in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Private sector staff employee wasted $300 million, they would be fired. But the Liberals have fired no one for their Prescribe IT disaster. I questioned the CEO responsible for it. He wouldn't say where things went wrong. He even refused to say how much taxpayers paid him. Why is the minister hiding the truth on this $300 million boondoggle?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, Prescribe It was introduced in the last Parliament under the last government at the request of provinces and territories. Unfortunately, the uptake wasn't high, and we've have a lot of lessons learned, and we continue to collaborate with provinces and territories on a path forward. At the same time, we'll support provinces and territories on their digital solutions with our Bill S5. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's ambassador to the U.S. says Canada is ready, willing, and able to start the CUSMA review. The USTR says the U.S. is ready to talk. So what's the delay? This reminds me of a grade 7 school dance. Everyone wants to dance, but no one will be the first to ask. 2.6 million Canadian jobs rely on trade with the U.S. Tariffs are costing Canadians billions. When will this Prime Minister pick up the phone, get moving on U.S. trade deal that he promised Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, the Canada-U.S. trade relationship is vitally important. It supports millions of jobs on both sides of the border. It supports our workers, our industries, and our businesses. With our new advisory council, we'll continue to take a Team Canada approach as we approach the CUSMA review. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of rising fuel prices,
driven by global instability, Canadians expect and deserve timely, meaningful, and tangible relief. That's exactly what the good people of the Bay of Quinte experienced recently when they went to fill up their gas station. Suspending the fuel excise tax until Labor Day is expected to reduce Canada's price at the pump by about 10 cents a litre. In advance of next week's spring economic update, can the Minister of Finance then let Canadians know how this and other measures are helping put money back?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what a great question from a great MP from the good people of Bay and Quinte. I know that at home they're celebrating this great member, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's so true. People are starting to see at the pump the result of our measure, Mr. Speaker, when we suspended the federal fuel excise tax, Mr. Speaker. Exactly. It's not only the good people of Bay and Quinte that are saying it, but it's across the nation. And I know the Conservative will join us to say that this is a measure that is helping affordability. But good news, Mr. Speaker, it's not the only one. We've already done that with grocery, and one thing they know will always be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Dublin-Caledon.
It's now been widely reported in the media that part of the Liberal strategy to get Trump's tariffs removed is delay. And yesterday at the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Canadian ambassador to the United States said they have detailed an analysis on exactly how much this hurts Canadian businesses, so they know the cost. So the Brampton auto plant closes, no problem. It's part of the delay strategy. Steel mills close, no problem. It's part of the delay strategy. Tens of thousands of Canadians lose their job, no problem. It's part of the delay strategy. At what point do they say enough is enough job losses, enough pain to stop this strategy of delay?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Canada already has the best deal among U.S. trading partners in the world, and we're working hard to maintain that deal. We continue to engage with our American and our Mexican counterparts to review CUSMA. At the same time, Canadians gave us a mandate to expand our non-U.S. trade with the world. That's what we're doing. The third prong of that is working together with provinces, territories, industries, unions, every Canadian working together to prepare for this. We are ready to go. This is what Canadians sent us to do. We're going to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Dublin-Caledon.
So the answer from the Liberal government is $5 billion collected on Canadian automakers, which is putting Canadian auto workers out of jail. $4 billion of those tariffs are paid by Honda and Toyota, who will not continue to pay those tariffs. Their answer is, don't worry, there's nothing to see here because we're going to sign a free trade deal with Ecuador. The Minister of International Trade, his riding has the Brampton auto plant that closed. Their strategy of delay led to that plant closing. When will they give up on this strategy of delay and get the tariffs off for Canadian workers?
Yeah, let's go. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our strategy is actually to double non-U.S. trade over the next 10 years while continuing to work on the CUSMA review as the Minister is doing. I will also say that in the meantime, we are building trade relationships with Indonesia, with China, with India, with Mexico, with Brazil, looking forward to an FTA with the ASEAN in 2026 and working on Mercosur as well. Mr. Speaker, that's what working for the Canadian public is all about. That's what building Canada strong means.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, under this Prime Minister, tariffs on steel have doubled, tariffs on lumber have tripled, and barriers on Canadian manufacturers have only expanded. Yet he has not secured the removal of a single one of those tariffs. While he says those tariffs are part of the reason Canada's economy is struggling, yet Mexico is getting close to a deal with the U.S. 2.6 million Canadians depend on trade with the United States for their livelihoods. So why is this Prime Minister dragging this out instead of fighting for tariff-free trade, and when will he deliver the results that he promised Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach the CUSMA review, we need to focus on trade diversification. Our efforts are working. They're leading to real results. Last year, 17% increase in non-U.S. exports. Fact number two, 170 million metric tons from the Port of Vancouver, a historic record. That's more shipments to China, Japan, and South Korea. And just in from the Port of St. John's, cargoes up by 30% at that port alone. Our efforts to open up new partnerships around the world are working. That includes Indonesia, Ecuador, UAE, with the European Union, and of course others with India, ASEAN, Mercosur, Philippines, Thailand, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. We are at the door. We're creating opportunities for Canadian workers. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound-Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have heard this over and over again, and alas, Canadians cannot survive and their jobs do not survive on Liberal rhetoric alone. Tariffs are higher, they're broader, and they're hurting Canadian workers. Yet the government has not gotten any of them removed. So on behalf of those 2.6 million Canadians whose livelihoods depend on trade with the United States, where's the plan? Where are the results?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians sent us to Ottawa to get the best deal, not to settle for a bad deal. We're working at our pace to make sure we get the best deal for Canadians. We're consulting with Canadians. We're consulting with industries. We're using every tool, legal, diplomatic, economic tools, working with provinces, with territories, with Canadians to make sure we get the best deal possible. We're not going to negotiate in public, but we are working together.
Honourable Member for Windsor, Tecumseh Lakeshore.
The new 232 tariffs are gutting our tool and mold and die companies in Windsor, Essex, and across the country. These shops are vital to our manufacturing industry. Hundreds of thousands of skilled workers will lose their jobs. Where is this Liberal Prime Minister's plan? Workers need results now in order to survive. When will the Prime Minister finally do his job, get to the table, and put our workers first for a change?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I entirely reject the premise of that question. We are there for the workers right now. My colleague, the Deputy Government House Leader, is in Windsor today, marking the reduction of the excise tax, which helps workers and all residential households in Windsor. In addition, we have the third shift that's come to Stellantis in Windsor. 1 millionth battery cell has just been manufactured at the Nexstar plant. We're working hard to develop the economy of Windsor with Windsorites while also helping them do the diversification that they and we know we need to do in this changing era.
Honourable Member from Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 278 days since the Prime Minister's own drop-dead deadline for a trade deal with the United States. In that time, 2.7 million Canadian jobs that depend on cross-border trade have been threatened by tariffs and uncertainty. While Mexico is at the negotiating table, this Prime Minister is on YouTube calling Canada-US trade a weakness instead of fighting for our businesses and workers. Enough talking. We just want the date. When will Canada have a trade deal with the U.S. that these Liberals promised?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we already have a trade deal with the United States. It's called CUSMA, and we are going through the review process, and we understand the challenge to Canadian workers, to Canadian industry, and as the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and the Prime Minister have made very clear, we are at the table. We are having conversations with the U.S. administration. We are engaging, but you know what? The Conservatives have made very clear, and the Prime Minister has made very clear that we are not going to settle for a bad deal. In the interim, we are supporting industries. We are supporting workers that are being impacted by the tariffs that we feel are unjustified. But we will take no lessons from the Conservatives. I'll take the Canadians back to 2018 when they would have had us fold before we got the best deal for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Tecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Well, Mr. Speaker, by the time I finished asking this question, Canada will have done more trade with the United States than the value of this Prime Minister's trade agreements with Ecuador, India, and the UAE all combined. The reality is our trade relationship with the United States, what this Prime Minister calls a weakness, represents over $900 billion in annual trade, 2.7 million jobs, but he refuses to fight for these workers and our economy. Exactly. Will the Prime Minister admit the only real weakness is his own?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we, along with this country as a whole, are continuing to diversify non-U.S. trade. That means real results. More than 12 agreements over the past 6 months across 4 continents. That's a result, Mr. Speaker, that I ask my honourable colleague to acknowledge. Furthermore, as we work to double non-U.S. trade, we will build Canada strong internally. We will bring down internal barriers to trade. We will build national projects.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, tariffs on softwood lumber have tripled to 45%. Now hundreds of workers in Nairn Centre and Gogama are facing indefinite sawmill shutdowns. leaving families in real uncertainty. Workers in my riding, whose jobs rely on free trade with the U.S., need real action now. When will the Liberals fight against these tariffs and fight for tariff-free trade?
Hear, hear. Hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. We'll always stand with mill towns. The combined duties and tariffs are scheduled to go down to 35% based on the updates that came the last couple of weeks. So small correction there, but all still too painful and all still unjustified with the United States. That's why we are working to both control the issues that we can control and engage with the Americans on this issue. We've given $2.5 billion of supports to the forestry sector. We are going to be taking receipt of the Forestry Sector's Transformation Task Force imminently with many great ideas. We will be there for workers, and I welcome you to come join us and work with us on that.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin Nickel Belt.
The Prime Minister was elected on the premise that he was the man. Well, it seems that the man with the plan has disappeared. This Liberal government has been on the sidelines for far too long, failing to secure a single reduction on tariffs, while Northern Ontarians continue to lose both patients and jobs. Communities are being pushed to a breaking point, yet there's still no progress and no real results from this Liberal government. When will the Prime Minister finally get his act in gear and deliver the fair trade deal he promised a year ago?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Well, as my colleagues across the way have heard countless times, we will continue to make sure we get the best deal, not just any deal. But let's talk about the last year. Wages growing faster than inflation every month that the Prime Minister's been Prime Minister. FDI, foreign direct investment, highest in 18 years, double the next nation in the G7. Record oil production, non-U.S. trade way up. And last year we created more jobs than the United States. Trade wars are brutal, but we are going to win this trade war. We want your help doing it.
L'Honorable Député de Vaudreuil.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Mr. Speaker, Canada has for a long time been a proud and active member of the international Francophone community. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs inform this House of the government's efforts and priorities to support Canada's bid to host the Francophonie Summit and explain how this initiative will strengthen our cultural ties, economic partnerships, and our leadership within the global Francophone community?
L'Honorable Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, when I was in France last month, I officially submitted Canada's bid to host the 2028 Francophonie Summit. This summit will reinforce our leadership, especially in vibrant Francophone and Acadian communities. I also met with the Secretary General of the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie to reaffirm that Canada is committed to our partnerships and economic and cultural ties. Mr. Speaker, the French language is at the heart of Canada's identity. Thank you.
Is the Prime Minister waving the white flag on U.S. tariffs? He sits by and does nothing while U.S. tariffs on steel have doubled and lumber tariffs tripled. He has failed in negotiating the reduction of a single tariff. Sawmills in BC towns that they support are reeling from his failure to negotiate a deal. Speeches, illusions, excuses, and failures aren't going to cut it for the millions of families' livelihoods at stake. When will the Prime Minister start delivering results instead of excuses?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his team, the ambassador, the ministers involved, we are prepared and ready and stand willing to negotiate in good faith a deal with the United States. It will not be any deal. It will be a deal acceptable for Canada. Contrast that with the Conservative position, with the member's colleague going to Washington saying Canadians are having a hissy fit, and them getting up every day and systematically urging us to take any deal, Mr. Speaker. We won't do that.
Honourable Member Kamloops, Shrub, Central Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's illusions, tactic, and excuses are no help for Canadians. Instead of getting a trade deal last July like he promised, he squandered his leverage with concessions made 10 months ago. He doesn't even show up to do his job while Mexico makes progress ahead of him. Why did the Liberal Prime Minister make the strategic error of dragging this out instead of using the leverage we had at the beginning of the talks to get tariffs removed on Canadian goods?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of National Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we all know the vital importance of the Canada-U.S. relationship, especially as it relates to trade. I've seen it firsthand in the private sector. I spent 13 years facilitating international trade, utilizing NAFTA, utilizing CUSMA in thousands of transactions, and we'll continue to be at the table. We need to ensure that we take a Team Canada approach, and that's exactly what we're doing. We don't want to go back to 2018 when the Conservatives asked us to capitulate and take any deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Richmond Centre Marple.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say they defend private property rights. Yet in the Coventry case, they chose not to argue extinguishment, which is how fee simple ownership has been historically defended. They weaken protections, then claim to defend them. Will the Liberals withdraw their directive and instruct their lawyers to defend private property rights to protect Canadians? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We disagree with the BC Supreme Court's ruling, and that is why we appealed it back in September. As a government, we always prefer to negotiate instead of going to court. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in all of our negotiations dating back to 1970, no agreement between the federal government and First Nations has ever led to Canadians losing their privately owned land, not a single one. All discussions of Aboriginal title at the federal level exclude private property. No modern treaty, negotiated agreement, or federal approach has led to people losing privately owned land. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, Bill C-22, an act respecting lawful access, was referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. As this critical piece of legislation continues its parliamentary journey, it's important to remind Canadians how overdue a lawful access regime is in our country. This has been requested by law enforcement agencies for decades. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety expand on how crucial this legislation is for the safety and security of all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the excellent work that she does to ensure that public safety issues in her riding are heard and addressed here within the government. It's been such a pleasure to see my colleagues from all parties at the parliamentary reception for the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, where we were all able to discuss C-22. It's high time to equip our law enforcement with the modern tools that they need to effectively fight serious crimes like extortion, money laundering, and exploitation of children. Law enforcement have shared their needs with us very clearly.
Over 12 illegal garbage dumps in the Cowichan Valley, many on Cowichan Tribe's land. Some are so large they will take years to remediate, others polluting a salmon-bearing Cowichan River. For decades, authorities at all levels have turned a blind eye to this environmental disaster and ongoing illegal dumping. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Indigenous Service weeks ago demanding the Liberals identify authorities at all levels, hold them responsible for this travesty, and take action immediately. And from the Minister, no response, no action, no cleanup. The Liberals claim to be stewards of our land. Is this just another Liberal illusion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for looking out for my relatives from the Cowichan tribes. I know that they are probably very furious about what's happening. We will work with them. We will work with others to ensure that no illegal dumping occurs on their property, and we'll make sure that stops as soon as possible. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, steel workers were in Ottawa this week, reminding this government that steel is a backbone of our economy and our economic sovereignty. You know, the Prime Minister has said that Canada will use Canadian materials in Canadian projects, but Canada does not yet have that capacity. Will the government take advantage of this incredible opportunity to build Canadian capacity, to grow our industry, and to invest in workers? Will they work with the United Steelworkers to develop and implement the comprehensive steel industrial strategy that they're calling for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree that steel is a fundamentally strength of the Canadian sector, and our Build Canada, our Buy Canadian policies are all geared towards using as much Canadian steel as possible, and we look forward to working with United Steelworkers and other industrial unions, as well as employers and businesses, to maximize the use of Canadian steel in Canada.
So the government is not listening to steel workers. You know, this government left USW off its CUSMA Advisory Council. They also shut out the Canada Labour Congress and the over 3 million Canadian workers that they represent. Instead, they gave seats to more than a dozen CEOs, prominent Conservatives, and just 2 Labour representatives. How can this government claim to be there for workers while refusing to give them seats at the table? Will they expand worker representation before CUSMA negotiations begin, starting with the CLC?
Next. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Ministers' Advisory Council includes the President of Unifor, includes la Présidente de la FTQ, so workers' interests will be absolutely represented on this advisory council. I was proud just a couple of weeks ago to visit Sault Ste. Marie with my incredible colleague from Sault Ste. Marie, to visit Algoma Steel, to meet with the steel workers, to talk about the exciting future of building Canada strong by Canadian, and see that electric arc furnace fired up, Mr. Speaker. We are going to have a steel industry in Canada forever.
Ceci met fin à la période question. This brings special. I have a point of order for the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Regal Lakes.
Speaker, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table a document detailing the cuts Conservatives would make.
I heard a no, so there is no unanimous consent. Order, order, order. It's then. I heard it. I heard a no. I heard a no. So. Order, order. Routine proceedings will now begin. I see the Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Président, en ce qui a trait à l'affaire émanant du gouvernement numérique.
Mr. Speaker, I will give notice that with respect to consideration of government business number 9 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move pursuant to Standing Order 57 that debate not be further adjourned.
Été noté. Donc, affaires courantes ordinaires.
So, daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, for all MPs that are walking around, you cannot be between the chair, the Speaker, and the Member of Parliament who will be recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of the Philippines on the transfer of sentenced persons and on cooperation in the enforcement of penal sentences done at Manila on May 22, 2003.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 24 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills,
presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Concord Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to table a petition on behalf of Canadians calling on the government to cease the expansion of medical assistance in dying. The petitioners believe that advanced requests for MAID could lead to undue pressure or coercion. They also believe that offering MAID rather than providing support services devalues those living with chronic conditions. As such, they ask all members of Parliament not to support legislation that expands medical assistance in dying, including advanced requests, and suggest that the federal government focus on enhancing palliative and hospice care for Canadians instead.
Petitions. Petition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table this petition on behalf of farmers across this country that have signed this petition. They cite that in January that Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada announced plans to cut 665 positions, primarily scientific, technical, and support staff, carrying out agricultural research, and closed 7 research facilities, Mr. Speaker. They cite that the affected positions and facilities are essential to Canadian agriculture, representing an irreplaceable investment in facilities, equipment, and highly educated personnel, an irreplaceable knowledge base, essential infrastructure for public plant breeding, needed to address critical production challenges to provide ongoing success for farmers and our agricultural economy, and a strategic asset to safeguard Canadian ability to feed ourselves. And they call on the government, Mr. Speaker, to reverse this planned cuts of 665 Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada staff, and closure of the Organic and Regenerative Research Program at Swift Current and the Lacombe, Guelph, Quebec City, Indian Head, Scott, Portage La Prairie, and Napan research facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present today. One is clearly the identical petition to the one that was just presented by the honourable member. In fact, he basically read the entire text of it, so I won't repeat it. I have 2 copies of that signed by a considerable number of people, mostly from the agricultural sector in my constituency. The second petition, it relates to the Alto high-speed rail project. I am being flooded by literally thousands of signatures on petitions on this subject. The petitioners list a series of concerns about the Alto project and have 3 specific requests for the House of Commons to get the government to immediately cancel the entire Alto high-speed rail project. But in the event that the project goes forward, the Ottawa to Montreal part of the project goes forward, to restrict the ability of Alto to engage in expropriations in the area west of Ottawa, which is not covered in that area, until such time as we can be certain that that part's actually going to be built. And thirdly, in the event that expropriations do occur, to restore to property owners the rights that they had prior to the changing of those rules and the diminution of their rights in the Alto High-Speed Rail Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, petition, the honourable member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present another petition from residents of the Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies. I believe this is the 6th petition on this issue. This petition calls on the Government of Canada to reject any amendment to Bill C-9 that removes the religious exemption from Canada's hate speech provisions, to protect Canada's constitutional rights of freedom of religion and expression, and ensure legislation does not criminalize good faith religious discourse in teaching. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, petition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And presenting virtually today a petition from very concerned residents and those who've been exposed through their military service to toxic contamination from phenoxy herbicides. This dates back to in the era even before Agent Orange was used in Vietnam. Various formulations were tested in the vicinity of Camp Gagetown in New Brunswick. The petitioners point out that the previous health studies were inadequate, had enormous gaps. They're asking this House and the government to please initiate a public independent inquiry into the health impacts on veterans and neighboring communities of the testing of phenoxy herbicides and their widespread use in the vicinity of Camp Gagetown and the subsequent toxic contamination, as well as the health effects for those who were in the vicinity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, petition. Questions on the order paper.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's responses to questions number Q931 to Q939 be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions
Is it the will of the House that the document be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
And finally then, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed, so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Orders of the day. Government Bills C-25. An Act to amend the Canada Elections Act.
Commencé, on était en...
So we were finishing up the questions and comments to the member for Vaudreuil. The member for Vaudreuil received a comment and a question from the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, so the MP will have the opportunity of finishing up his answer.
And I would like to thank my dear friend from Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, that my view of this piece of legislation is that it is intended to deal with imminent threats and challenges facing Canada's electoral system. I do not feel at this time that the suggestion by my colleague with regards to the way in which parties are financed would fall under the scope of this piece of legislation, perhaps a future piece of legislation, but in this particular case, I do not feel that it is relevant at this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my colleagues previously, in delivering his speech on this topic, brought up an idea of the previous removal of the costing regarding the entrance fee, so to speak, to become a candidate. And I am very curious if the member would be willing to incorporate that into this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a reminder to members, usually when we're doing questions and comments, it's not a statement to the member for Portage-Lisker. Usually the standing orders require that the member be left standing in their place in order to be recognized for the response to questions. I see the member for Vaudreuil to complete his questions and comments. The Honourable Member.
Oh, yes. I will take my honourable colleague's comments on notice and take it to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to this bill today, which amends the Elections Act, Canada Elections Act. The intention of the bill is good. We agree with it in principle, so we will be voting in favor in second reading. But there are some nuances, Mr. Speaker, which I will need to underline. Of course, we agree with the prohibition of foreign interference, election misinformation, election corruptions, and the bribes, the brownies, as it were. Of course, it's urgent for us to take action. We agree with that. With regard to leadership and nomination races, there are some issues at stake when it comes to political party funding. There are some prohibitions on the part of parties whereby they cannot accept resources or donations from anonymous sources. And we had the opportunity of exchanging on this. The bill itself actually raises some doubts. The protection of personal data. Of course, the political parties have the obligation to protect the personal information of people contributing to their political groups. And then we're also talking about expanding the powers of the Elections Commissioner and other elections officers. And the bill also aims to modify a number of ridings. This was requested by some MPs from the ridings in question. So, as I said, we will be supporting this bill. We agree with the principle of it. And the objective here is to protect election integrity and to fight against foreign interference and corruption. But unfortunately, there is a measure in this bill which we do not quite agree with. And we made that point in committee. We don't understand why this change hasn't been made, Mr. Speaker. So we'll have to go back to work on that, and we'll have to move some amendments. It's about preventing citizens from signing more than one nomination ballot, because the fact of signing such a document doesn't mean that the citizen in question will end up voting for that candidate. But if you limit a citizen to signing to just one, it will almost be as if you're forcing the people to do so. I don't think they're paying attention at the moment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions in the House, and the sound does carry surprisingly to the front benches quite easily, and it's interfering with the business of the House. I invite those members to go to the lobbies if they want to continue those discussions. Maintenant, ceci dit.
Nevertheless, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé can continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I have a bit of ADHD, so that's a bit distracting. So I'll go back to where I was. I was denouncing the serious doubts that have been put forward with respect to preventing a Canadian from signing more than one nomination form. When you sign one, it doesn't mean you have to vote for that person. You still have the privilege of following the election campaign and perhaps changing your mind later. Otherwise, what are election campaigns for? If we tell a Canadian you can only sign one nomination form, well, you have to make your choice for a candidate at the beginning of the campaign, and the campaign's not really worth anything. You can't just then you'll be having a hard time signing the nomination form. That could be troublesome. The other thing would be to make voting public. A lot of people who are comfortable. People could imagine how I vote. But some people don't want to say how they vote, and that's okay because it's part of the elector's privilege. You can keep your vote confidential. So if you're only allowed to sign one nomination form, you have to publicly say that who you're going to vote for. You understand how that's tricky. Myself, I've already signed with great pleasure the forms of some of my adversaries because it's important to have an election campaign with diverse candidates. And that's part of our democracy. So we think this should be removed from this bill, and we think the other measures will be enough to help limit the high number of candidates in recent elections. I have signed a nomination form for opponents, but I've never signed some for 48 candidates who just clog the system. So there's a way we can deal with this, and I agree with the cause that's being defended here, but I think this is not the right way to solve it. We shouldn't just scrap the whole system. We don't want to discourage people from exercising the right to vote. Often it's hard to seek candidates in some ridings. For example, in my riding we have 47 municipalities. I think it's important, but people in my riding have to vote, and they have to be able to find their candidate on the ballot. So we agree that we have to take action on this, and there were compromises in recent election. In the last by-election, we put some candidates on the first page, or people had to often write the name of the candidate, and makes it harder for people to vote, and also increases the risk for error. There can be challenges after. There was a clear majority in that case. So there was no recount of the votes. But, Mr. Speaker, imagine if someone who has a very long last name that's hyphenated, imagine how the other party could challenge this and cancel the vote. So I think this is just causing issues, and this should be avoided. There are a lot of measures in this bill, though. Another thing we don't like, Mr. Speaker, aside from the fact that they're not allowing people to sign more than one nomination form, I hope that change will be taken into account. Another thing we don't like is how come we're not seizing the opportunity here to amend party financing. I'll give you an example in Quebec. I know I'm tiresome with this, but once again, Mr. Speaker, Quebec is once ahead of the rest of Canada. We've already reformed our election act some time ago. We have a certain amount of funding per vote, and there's a maximum of $100 per year, and $200 for an election year. So everyone remembers under the previous government, there were businessmen from China who wanted to open a bank in Canada, and they attended a reception to have access to the Prime Minister, and they gave more than $700. And not a lot of ordinary Canadians who have enough money to give $1,700 to a political party. So this amount of donation kind of incites or opens the door for the possibility of election manipulation. So when people have access to a prime minister this way, it's never good. So we have to change this. Also, political party funding should also be changed. And I think some parties, we could prevent them from being populist. I know that parting is listening. Sometimes they have slogans or they run campaigns with always the same slogans, and then with the purpose of just fundraising a lot of money. And we could also change that aspect of it in terms of if we have public financing. So I hope the government will work in a collegial spirit, and their speech will be followed up with concrete action. And it's important as well, as I said quickly earlier, for people who make donations to political parties, we need to have their address. There's a part of the law, a legislation that raises doubts on this, and that we found this concerning because if you become anonymous, there's a greater chance for fraud and corruption and manipulation. We want to avoid all of this. We also need to avoid the use of AI for foreign interference. So we saw many examples, messages that were sent to electors about an incorrect voting place, and it's really important to avoid this. So I'd be happy to answer my colleagues' questions now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know a number of bloc members have raised the whole voting dollar issue and how that could possibly help finance political entities. I don't believe there's any public will to see that take place, but I would encourage the member to bring it up at the standing committee. Where I'd like some clarification, if I can, the member makes reference. He talked a lot about the long ballot, and I don't know if it's me or possibly the translation. I'm a little confused on it. Within the legislation, it says that as a voter, you can only sign one nomination form. And then it also indicates that an official agent can only be an official agent for one candidate in that given riding. Does the Bloc support those two measures?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I appreciate the question. Of course, we'll be at committee to move forward our proposals with respect to party funding. That's essential. On the second question, we support half of it. We think that banning an official agent from representing more than one candidate will solve a large portion of the issue. But we don't agree with the fact of preventing a Canadian from signing more than one nomination form, because it also it undermines the voting secrecy. In the past, I'm not sure if the parliamentary secretary heard when I said this, I've signed myself several forms, including some for my opponents, in good faith, for political reasons, to have a good election campaign. So if we can only sign one nomination form, that means the person who will sign it will have to vote for that candidate. Even if that's not the case, they won't be able to sign the nomination form for the person they want to vote, and it makes it public as well. So there are some issues that we need to look at.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Sorry, Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand my colleague's position with respect to signing several nomination forms. We see that it was a major problem in some ridings when we want to send a political message. Before, it never happened because there was a $1,000 deposit that was also problematic for some people who didn't have the means to pay it to run. But I know we'll have the opportunity to talk about this at committee, but we absolutely have to find a way to end this type of practice during the election process. So what are the solutions he's suggesting? I missed a part of his speech. To avoid having ballots that are too long, or ballots where people have to write the name of the candidate on the page. I need to give the member for Berthier-Masquinongé to answer. Give him the opportunity. Well, I appreciate my colleague's question. This is the second time this week. Well, I started to explain this to the parliamentary secretary. The issue is voting secrecy. It's a privilege to be able to keep who you vote for secret. So you can sign as many nomination forms that you like. And right now, if you do that, it doesn't say who you're going to vote for. But if you're only allowed to sign one nomination form, well, that means we know who you're going to vote for. So that eliminates the voting secrecy, and this person is committed to voting for this person and will be able to change their mind during the election campaign. And that's what election campaigns are for. It allows people to change their mind. So we think that the other measures, including just having one official agent for one candidate, is a good thing. But on the very basic objective, we agree. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île, a quick question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé for his excellent speech. I would like him to talk a bit more about the fact, well, how important it is to make political party funding public again, and to limit the possibility of donations to fight corruption and improve our democracy. 30 seconds. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from La Pointe-de-L'Île for his question. This is fundamental, Mr. Speaker, to have part of the party financing public. Well, there is public funding because when someone gives $1,700, it's an important cost. So there is public money that goes into this. What we're suggesting is to change the formula, the way things are done, to avoid someone who can give such a high amount, such as $1,700. Only very rich people can do that. We need to reduce that.
Please, the debate. The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. This is a complex technical piece of legislation, but its core objective is one we should all support, protecting the integrity of our democratic process. Before I get into my speech, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from St. Albert's Sturgeon River for his thoughtful remarks on this bill and for the very good work he does on democratic reform. While the Conservative caucus supports moving this bill to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for a detailed study, there are specific areas regarding foreign interference and new enforcement powers that I believe require further scrutiny. The bill focuses on three central themes. First, bringing in changes to prevent further abuses of our democratic processes by the longest ballot committee. And I know we've heard a lot about this issue during this debate. Over the course of many years now, members of this House, prospective candidates, and Canadians have been subjected to a coordinated effort by a group that calls themselves the Longest Ballot Committee, who have sought to exploit our electoral process. They would target specific ridings and flood the ballot with dozens of fake candidates, candidates who have no intention of campaigning, engaging with voters, or putting forward solutions and policy proposals to run on. This undermines the trust Canadians have in our election systems. The expectation of residents in the riding of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, from Humboldt, Mormon, and Martinsville to Radisson, just to name a few, is that as a candidate, I run under a set of policies that I am committing to represent, that I put forward a vision of what I plan to achieve in Ottawa, and how I plan to represent the voices of my riding here in this place. The so-called Longest Ballot Committee is the exact opposite of this. To call it a protest is to misrepresent the way it undermines trust in our elections. A recent and prominent example was in the riding of Carleton, where we saw a meter-long ballot with 91 fake candidates. This creates voter confusion, marginalizes legitimate candidates, and creates unnecessary barriers for voters with certain disabilities. As of now, groups can use the same 100 signatures to qualify multiple candidates. This is a clear abuse of the spirit of the Act. Bill C-25 rightly proposes that an elector may only sign one nomination form and that an official agent may only act for one candidate per riding. This will help put an end to this sham of the electoral process by the longest ballot group. The second part of this bill proposes changes to close foreign funding loopholes. Central to our democracy is the idea and trust that Canadian elections should be and are decided by Canadians. Currently, significant loopholes allow foreign interests to influence our outcomes through third parties. If foreign money is sent for a general purpose rather than a specific regulated activity, it can be treated as general revenue and used for campaigning. This allows third parties to potentially be significantly funded by foreign money in practice. That process is the melding of funds. These new rules will prohibit cryptocurrency, the use of prepaid cards, and money orders as contribution methods will extend to leadership contests as well. These changes that prevent anonymous and hard-to-trace funding channels are welcome. As has been noted, with the instance of the 2017 Tides Foundation case, where foreign funds were funneled through Canadian intermediaries to mask their original source, those entities ended up campaigning against then Prime Minister Stephen Harper in the 2015 election. That is an intermediary loophole that exists. Where foreign funding is dispersed to legitimate Canadian companies and then transferred to third-party groups, and the funds don't appear to be from foreign entities, this bill will require third parties to use separate bank accounts funded only by Canadians or permanent residents. However, there is a 10% owned funds exception that may still leave the door open for foreign influence. That is why Conservatives are urging the government to consider an amendment requiring all third parties, regarding of size, to use separate Canadian-only accounts to ensure a level playing field with political parties. The third part of the bill I will be focusing on is the changes in powers to the Commissioner of Elections Canada and new monetary penalties. It is these changes that may require greater scrutiny, which will be done here through each stage of debate and then during the review process at committee. The bill is proposing to increase monetary penalties for individuals from $1,500 to $25,000 and corporations from $5,000 to $100,000. These are not small increases, Mr. Speaker, and further investigation will be needed to ensure that given the Commissioner will have extraordinary powers to apply these fines, to see if it would be more appropriate to refer the matter to the Director of Public Prosecutions and proceed by way of criminal prosecution. Some of the proposed penalties are for spreading election misinformation. Conservatives will do our part to ensure the legislation reflects the intent and doesn't penalize or have a chilling effect on having debate and conversations around elections. There are greater powers also being proposed for the Commissioner of Elections Canada in that they will no longer need judicial authorization to compel evidence in all circumstances. We will need to ensure it is charter compliant. These are examples of where Conservatives believe this bill requires further scrutiny, and I do hope it demonstrates that we are willing to come to the table and find solutions to the problems facing our electoral system. The Standing Committee for Procedure and House Affairs tabled their report, and while some of their recommendations are being put forward in Bill C-25, there are some that are not. This report was unanimous. Conservatives hope the government will be amenable to reconsidering these amendments that reflect the unanimous recommendations made by the committee. Election interference is real, and it is important that we work to close the loopholes and combat foreign influence in our elections. Mr. Speaker, we are all familiar with what happened in 2019 in the riding of Don Valley North, where the Liberal nomination became an entryway for foreign interference in our elections process, where a Beijing consulate coordinated support for a candidate who would go on to win the nomination and become a member of this place. In instances like Don Valley North, it is a warning to every member of this House that foreign interference in our elections must be fought at every stage, including nominations. Mr. Speaker, I know that there is much to consider in this bill, and in the short time that I have had, I have not covered everything. Bill C-25 is a technical bill, as I mentioned earlier, and includes numerous measures that are meant to close loopholes in the current legislation. I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for this report and that it was unanimously agreed to. Conservatives broadly support the measures contained in this bill that safeguard democracy and ensure the integrity of our elections, and will closely review individual measures at committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her thoughtful remarks. You've obviously done a great deal of review on the bill. I will give the member an opportunity to elaborate a little bit. You talked about penalty increases and some concern with the size of the increases. The size of the increase, I believe, is to prevent bad intention or bad actors. If candidates, if official agents, if others are acting in good faith, they have no fear of of an increase in the size of the penalty. Just to give you an opportunity to elaborate on your thoughts there.
So just a reminder to members, speak through the chair. I will not be elaborating, but I will invite the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek to do so.
Thank you very much, and I do thank my honourable colleague for that question. I appreciate the explanation that he has provided, and I would agree with that explanation. I do believe that these increases are significant, and I think they demonstrate the seriousness with which both the committee and the drafters of the legislation take the monetary penalties that will be applied in cases where these fines are appropriate. I will leave it to the committee to determine whether or not this is something that needs further scrutiny, and we'll end it there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais entendre.
Mr. Speaker, can my colleague speak to the main issue, which we suggested, which is to reinstate public party financing? Because currently, the financial contributions that people can make to political parties are significant. The amounts are significant, but not everyone can contribute that amount. We feel that that opens the door to preferential access to ministers. For instance, cocktail events with $1,500 tickets. We would like to bring back public party financing so that we could cap potential political donations, for instance, at $500. That way, it would be open to anyone, not just the most well-off, and it would be more representative of the amount of votes that parties actually receive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the question. I would disagree with him, however, on the efficacy of that suggestion. It is important that political parties aren't simply subsidized by a few votes they receive, but by the voluntary contributions of Canadians who believe in what a political party represents and hopes to achieve. I know that provincially, individuals can donate much, much more to candidates, so can corporations and businesses. I believe that the threshold that has been set federally is appropriate and encourages people to stay engaged in politics and support the candidates that they would like to see elected to this place. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary democracy is only really it's a loose framework, and it's only as good as the actors in it. If the actors, use good ethics, then it works well. For example, when 93% of the electorate votes for party customarily rather than the candidate, when a floor crossing happens in a case like that, it weakens the intent of parliamentary democracy. I wonder if my colleague could expand on if she considers the ballot, the long ballot, to be similarly detrimental to democracy.
Honourable Member for Carleton Drake, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate the question that my honourable colleague has posed. I know that the Standing Committee for Procedure and House Affairs produced a report on the longest ballot issue, and that it was unanimously supported by all parties. And what I believe has been noted is that there are loopholes in the current legislation that allow for activities like the longest ballot committee to continue, just as it is legal for individuals to cross the floor in the House of Commons. It has so far been, this committee has been able to do what they are doing, but we are seeking to end that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Summerqueen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. Our Elections Act is among the most important laws we have as a nation, as they set out the rules and procedures for our democracy to function. All members of this House believe in democracy, of course. It's how we all ended up here. But anytime measures are brought forward that change our laws, that changes how we vote and who we can vote for, and must be considered with a microscope. Any changes to how an election will operate must be considered with strict consideration that the rules of the game are not being stacked in the favor of the party in power. You only need to look around the globe to see nations where democratic decline has started because free and fair elections have been watered down by legislative majorities. Canada and many of our allies have avoided this, but the decline of democracy can come swiftly. What was once started in a forum in ancient Greece largely disappeared for more than a millennium. Democracy is not a natural occurrence. It must always be reasserted. And changes made to it must be agreed to amongst the largest possible number of parties and citizens. Given this chamber now sees a Liberal majority government constructed behind closed doors instead of at the ballot box, extra consideration is needed. These changes before us could now be passed by one party alone, changing how our elections will be conducted. I know the minister said in a minority that he wanted to have consensus support for legislation amending the Canada Elections Act and expressed an openness to entertain supporting other parties' amendments. I hope he keeps his word on this and trusts that members on this side of the House are working in good faith to possibly make further changes. For the most part, I think this bill contains many welcome changes, though many are long overdue. Other areas will require careful study by my colleagues in committee. For those watching at home, this legislation makes the following changes. First, this bill contains measures to counter foreign interference in our elections, as well as nomination and leadership contests. Foreign entities are now banned from contributing to third parties at all. Foreign funding is barred from leadership contests. Also closed are contributions made through anonymously and to trace funding channels like money orders or cryptocurrency. After years of delays by this Liberal government, I am pleased that this will finally be addressed. Additionally, the bill would create several new offenses and extend existing offenses under the Act to leadership and nomination contests. The bill would give significant new powers to the Commissioner of Canada Elections to undertake investigations and to enforce the Act, among other measures. Lastly, this bill includes welcome measures to counter the disruptive and anti-democratic activities of the so-called longest ballot committee. Under the Act as it stands, a candidate must obtain 100 signatures from electors in a riding to get on the ballot. The longest ballot committee, however, identified that the same pool of 100 voters could sign the nomination forms of hundreds of protest candidates, few if any from that riding, that were seeking to get onto the ballot. This is clearly an abuse of the Canada Elections Act insofar as the purpose of that section is to require that a candidate have the support of at least 100 electors, not that the same 100 voters can flood the ballot with an endless list of candidates. It is a low threshold, but a threshold nonetheless. This point is of great importance because it does touch upon the issue of protests. The protests are in the blood of any democratic system. No country can call itself free if it does not allow for protests. I appreciate that the members of the longest ballot committee wish to make their case for changes to our election system. Canada has a long legal tradition that does not prescribe how these protests should be done. What one person may think as serious, another person might feel as frivolous. The law does not discriminate, however. Protest candidates also have a long tradition in Canada and other democracies. British Columbians still remember the Marijuana Party of Canada. Others will remember the Rhinoceros Party of Canada, who campaigned on jokes. John Turnbull is probably the most famous candidate, having run in 112 elections between 1979 and 2024, never once elected and yet never forgotten. In some ways, his persistence is a symbol of our democracy itself. But it is not a universal right to subject other Canadians to protests. You are allowed a million ways, for example, to protest at an airport. You are even allowed to run. You are even allowed to run for election to protest an airport. What you are not allowed to do is to stand on the runway and block the plane. The longest ballot committee chose to exploit a loophole in the Elections Act to fill ballots with hundreds of candidates, none of whom had any connection to the riding where an election was being held. This strikes against the principle of local representation. As a result of their actions, the meter-long ballots that were printed for voters were enormously burdensome. Other ridings chose to make ballots write-in, only which limited voters' ability to consider their candidate in the voting booth. If the longest ballot committee wishes to protest our voting system, that's fine. It's not fine to disrupt the ballots, citizens in ridings across the country with long lists of people who don't live there and don't intend to represent there. I will also say that it also strikes against some of this country's strongest democracy supporters, the volunteers who take time every election to assist in their election process with Elections Canada. Forcing them to count enormously long ballots deep into the night is wrong. They give their time freely with no reward to ensure our elections are conducted fairly. They are heroes of democracy that I know every MP in this House respects enormously. We literally can't have elections without them. So the changes made here to limit the longest ballot committee are simple and fair and will leave a wide amount of space for protest candidates to continue. The amendments brought forward here will require that electors sign only one candidate nomination form, as well as requiring that an official agent act for only one candidate per riding. This is good for candidates, voters, election volunteers, and even protesters. As I said previously, I look forward to seeing this bill go forward to committee for further study and possible amendments from all parties. I ask that my Liberal colleagues do not look to pass this legislation unilaterally and operate with an open mind to good ideas. Lastly, given this is a subject of elections, it has been almost a year since I was elected myself as a Member of Parliament for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. On this one-year anniversary, I'd like to thank all the residents, whether you voted for me or others, for granting me the honor of my life to serve you in our nation's Parliament. Over the past year, I've come to know the distinct character of this vast region, from the vineyards and beaches of the Okanagan to the mountains and valleys of the Similkameen, the forests and rivers of Boundary Country, and the alpine landscapes of the West Kootenay. Each community is unique with its own needs and challenges, and I will work hard to ensure those voices are heard here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments that the member has put on the records, and ultimately, I do believe that there's a high sense of collaboration that's on this legislation. I think the PROC will have a wonderful time going through, sharing ideas and thoughts, and if there's ways in which the legislation can in fact be approved, hopefully through collaboration, we're able to see some of those done. Given her the background, and I really enjoyed her comments, I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts, a little off topic but related, to virtual voting. It's something that I think some people are thinking about. I'm not a big fan of it personally, but I would like to see more discussion on the issue of virtual voting, the pros and the cons. As I say, I'm not a fan of it personally.
Honourable Member for Similkameen South Okanagan West Kootenay.
I thank my colleague for his comments. I'm so glad that he and the rest of the cohort here are going to be working on this collaboratively. Very important. The Canadians are watching right now, and I want to say, virtual voting, we need to make sure it's fail-safe, and that residents, Canadians, feel that it is not being tampered with. And are we at that point where they would feel secure with virtual voting? I don't think we're at that point, but I'm sure someday soon we will be.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I congratulate my colleague on her speech. I'd like to hear her opinion on something. The Bloc Québécois proposes reinstating public financing of political parties and capping donations at $500. Currently, public financing would make it such that it would be proportional to the amount of votes parties receive. This is already done through tax deductions and donations. Also, $1,750, many people from the same company can donate, and that can lead to the appearance of conflicts of interest.
South Okanagan West Kootenay.
I thank my colleague here for his question. I think there are a lot of issues that we need to talk about in committee concerning elections and making sure that they're safe, and donations. I do want to say that there are ridings like mine where I'm given that are massive, and I'm given a certain amount, of course, to service my communities and my residents, and also for the election. But I will, and for donations, but I will say that smaller ridings have it a lot easier, and we have to remember that there are many ridings in Canada where the amount that we are allowed to spend is pretty difficult when you look at the range of how big some of them are. So we will, but I think we should discuss this at committee.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. And I'd like to actually ask her if there was anything else that she feels that perhaps we should be including in this bill to strengthen it as well, if she would like to elaborate a little bit, if there's anything she feels that we should also include.
Honourable for Similkameen South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Thank you to the member for her question. I appreciate it. I think there's quite a bit that needs to be discussed at the committee level, and I look forward to our party collaborating with all parties on this. But I will say that I think there should be a discussion on, and not everyone agrees with me on this, of course, but on whether you should need to be a citizen to to vote in the nomination process. I think it's a really interesting and important issue that should be discussed and voted on also, because it obviously does affect elections.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I was had my schedule changed a little bit. And Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here today because the people of Alberta expected me to stand up when something's wrong. They expect us to fix it. As members of this House, we are guardians of the Canada Elections Act. This law is one of the foundations of our democracy. It is the contract that ensures power stays where it belongs, in the hands of the Canadian people. Our duty is to ensure that when a citizen marks their ballot, the process is fair, the choice is clear, and the results are beyond reproach. Over the last decade, confidence in Canadian elections has decayed. The very foundations are beginning to crack. Bill C-25 is supposed to patch this up. When the foundation starts to crack, you don't ignore it, you don't paper over it, you shore it up before the whole structure crumbles. And this bill starts that work, but it's late, and it doesn't go far enough. Mr. Speaker, in my maiden speech, I said that the Bow River does not ask Ottawa's permission to flow. Even though obstructions are in the way, it cuts its path. But just across from my riding, my neighbors in Battle River Crowfoot, the people there walked into a by-election and saw what happens when those foundations are neglected. They saw a ballot so broken it barely worked. The longest ballot committee flooded that by-election with 214 candidates. 214. It forced Elections Canada to abandon the normal ballot process, and people had to hand write in a blank line. They're forced to manually write out names and risk a spoiled ballot just to exercise their basic right. Think about that. A senior who's voted for 50 years walks in, ready to do their duty, and suddenly they're asked to reconstruct the ballot from memory. Spell it wrong, your vote could be tossed. Write too fast, your vote could be tossed. Get a name slightly off, your vote could be tossed. They were warned by the Chief Electoral Officer that these ballots were becoming a barrier for voters with disabilities. They weren't, this had been done before. They knew the longest ballot scam was threatening our democratic process, and they did nothing. They took something that should have been simple and made it fragile. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say, I'm most concerned about my Liberal colleagues, because we all saw what happened in this House. One of them stood up with complete confidence and berated this side of the House about the supposed hockey skills of Irish kickboxer Conor McGregor. We knew that he was talking about Alberta's hockey superstar Conor McDavid. I didn't make the same error. But close only counts in horseshoes. You know, we're human and we all are susceptible to error. That is why we have to have rigid, reliable systems. It can be stressful standing up in this House, you know, especially when Elbows Up PMO has all the Liberal caucus in a strict hockey quote analogy. Hockey analogy quote. You're missing everything up. But imagine the same moment in a voting booth. Two Conors in your head. You know who you mean. You just hope you get it exactly right. That's the system this government forced on people. Mr. Speaker, the longest ballot committee exposed a weakness, not in our underlying system, but in the administration of it. It cost this country millions of dollars. It delayed results, and most importantly, it shook confidence. Ultimately, it creates a cascading effect of doubt. If a voter in Bow River sees a circus across the fence in Battle River, they start to wonder, is my vote next? Is the whole system broken? When people see the process break down, they start to wonder what else isn't holding. And everyone saw it coming. The warnings were there, and the government did nothing. Mr. Speaker, now there is a deeper crack that we need to look at. Foreign interference. Because while people were dealing with a system that was already under strain, foreign actors were pushing on it from the outside. We saw what happened to Kenny Chu. Smear campaigns, coordinated messaging, falsehoods designed to turn his own community against him. That pressure doesn't stay contained. It spreads, and it weakens the trust in the entire structure. My family came to this country, escaping from communist Europe, to build a country where we could speak freely and participate in public life without fear. That belief rests on a democratic system that people can trust. And when foreign governments start interfering in who gets elected, they are attacking that trust directly. It doesn't start on election day either. It starts far earlier. In the nomination races, we have seen reports of buses of non-residents showing up to tip the scales. That is pressure being applied at the very base of the system. If you can shape who gets on the ballot, you can shape everything that follows. This legislation does nothing to stop it. Non-citizens should have no say in our elections, no say who gets to be on the ballot, and certainly no say who gets to stand in this House. Mr. Speaker, there's also the question of privacy, and another part of the structure that should be solid. Back home at Rocky's Bakery in Strathmore, they sell some of the best hot cross buns you can ever find. When a customer swipes their credit card, a litany of laws kick in to protect that consumer data. Rocky's Bakery follows the rules. They answer to the law. But political parties in this country think they are above the law. They collect vast amounts of data on Canadians and operate outside of any oversight. And there are gaps in the system like this. These sorts of gaps won't stay small. They widen. Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. My neighbors are watching. They're watching election after election turn into a circus. They've heard and have seen foreign governments trying to influence outcomes. They know their data is being handled under a different set of rules. And they are asking a simple question. Is the system as solid as we were told it is? Can they trust the system? So here's what needs to happen. We need real oversight of political party data by the Privacy Commissioner. We need serious penalties for anyone working with foreign actors to interfere in our elections. We need a foreign agent registry, and we need to crack down on those that are interfering directly in our elections or from the shadows. We need clear rules to prevent these ballot stunts from ever happening again. And we need to protect nomination races because that is where the foundation is first laid. Mr. Speaker, I think the best place for this bill is to go to committee. I'm really encouraged by the notion that we collaborate to get this right, that I hope the government listens to constructive criticism and to how we can build a system that is reliable and it can stand the test of centuries. And specifically, it needs to go to committee because I don't think it's complete. I think more work needs to be done. And most importantly, because my neighbors deserve a system that holds. The country deserves a system that holds. One where every citizen can walk in, mark a ballot, and know where it stands. Where no foreign government can lean on it. And that is what we are here to protect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated to the previous Conservative Speaker, it is the government's intent to work collaboratively on this legislation. You know, the member said it well when he said the foundation of our democracy is something that we should virtually never, ever take for granted. I was interested in his comments in regards to the long ballot. I thought he articulated it quite well. My question for him is, does he see any changes required to what's currently in the legislation where we are proposing that a voter can only sign one nomination form for a candidate to be on the ballot, and that as you're an official agent, you can be an official agent outside of that one constituency, but in that constituency, a candidate can you can only be an official agent on one in that constituency.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague across the way. I think he touches on an important part, right? And in my words earlier, alluded to some solutions. I think it's close. I think that sort of notion of once, right, unlimited, perhaps outside of the constituency, because there's a limited pool of people with experience that know how to run things well, because the financial aspect of campaigns is important that we maintain security around that too. I think it's best studied at committee. It seems reasonable, but having other perspectives from witnesses and experts to comment on that, to anticipate the unanticipated, that's where this belongs, and I appreciate the question from the member.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the bill, in a way, it seems to indicate that the government will no longer be obliged to share the names and addresses of donors to political parties. So I asked the question to my colleague from the government a couple minutes ago. They did not agree that that was the case. And if that was the case, that would really be opening the door wide open to conflicts of interest and corruption and other cases. Does my colleague think that the government will no longer be the fact that the government will no longer be obliged to share this information, does that make sense? And would it open us up to such issues?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. This is exactly why it needs to get studied at committee. The sharing of data and what are the unintended consequences of that and what are the impacts of privacy of the individual has to be fully vetted out and compared, right? It deserves the sunlight and the discussion of open debate and thorough study. Our democracy is not necessarily supposed to work fast, but it's supposed to be thorough so it can be effective and stand the test of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It's a really important subject. One thing he touched on, and I just wanted to ask his opinion on this further, is that we're considering changing so that only a financial agent can only work for one election, or will only work on one election at a time, or one party at a time. And I just wanted to know what he thought about. It's getting tougher and tougher to find financial agents because the red tape and the complications, and I mean it's a really big job to volunteer for. Does he agree that the financial agent should only work for one election, for one party?
Honourable member for Bull River.
Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague for the fantastic question. This is important, and it may be one of the most important aspects of this legislation, and we need to get it right. How the finances are treated, because the power rests on the people, is enabled by the money. And so the adage is you always follow the money. And we need to have people knowledgeable in how to audit and conduct and measure and tabulate and ledger the expenses and do it with honor and do it with discipline and do it with honesty. But if we have them spread out too much, then it introduces a lot of problems. So I thank you very much for your question. It needs to go to committee. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Conservative Caucus Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to just address very briefly two topics and then dwell at greater length on a third. Like many of my colleagues here, I'm generally supportive of this legislation. I do think it's good that it'll go to committee where it will, one hopes, be open for genuine good faith amendments to improve it. Since we agree on the substance of the bill, it should be easy for us to find improvements that make sense to all of us. I'm very hopeful that will happen. The three areas that I think deserve being noted because they are particularly valuable are the banning of anonymous contributions through cryptocurrency, which I think removes a loophole on the idea we've had establishing Canadian electoral legislation for some time, that you ought to be able to identify all contributors, that all contributions are public contributions. It's also a way of getting around potentially maximum contribution levels for individuals. So dealing with that is useful. The removal of some forms of foreign interference, I think, is also beneficial. And then, of course, there is the issue of ballot integrity, that is to say, in dealing with the problems introduced by the activities of the longest ballot committee. And I wanted to spend a bit of time talking about that. I had the chance to see this up close in the last federal election about this time last year, when I spent a considerable amount of time campaigning in the riding of Carleton, where my leader was running. It's the riding that joins my own riding. And it was clear that there was need to get in there, do what we could to help our leader. Ultimately, the efforts that I and other individuals made were insufficient, although we did cause him to experience the highest Conservative vote that he'd ever had in his entire career. But that was, of course, insufficient to win the riding. At the same time that was going on, there was an effort by the longest ballot committee to put many, many, many people onto the ballot, ostensibly in the service of their goal of trying to draw attention to the abandonment way back in 2017 of Justin Trudeau's stated goal of changing the electoral system. You recall that in 2015, the then candidate Trudeau said this will be the last election funder first past the post. There was then a series of hearings of a parliamentary committee for this purpose. I served on this committee, as so did my colleague, who is nodding with that. She still looks somewhat exhausted from the experience. And we came up with a proposal that ultimately he decided wasn't very satisfactory, so he stepped away from it. Longest ballot committee felt this would be a way of drawing attention to their concerns with his abandonment of this approach. And I think that may be how it started. But as time went on, it went from being a form of political protest to being a kind of performance art. And there's nothing, I suppose, wrong with engaging in performance art if it creates no harm. But I think in this case it did create a harm. I'll just go through, first of all, and show how the over a period of time, over 6 different elections, this transformation occurred. So in the year 2021, in the riding of St. Boniface, or St. Boniface Saint-Vital, the longest ballot committee put forward a series of candidates, 15 candidates, and of those 15 candidates, the maximum number of votes garnered was one candidate got 58 votes. The minimum number received by a longest ballot committee candidate was 7 votes. In 2022, there was a by-election in Mississauga Lakeshore. This time there were 33 candidates from the longest ballot committee, so more than double. The maximum number of votes received by any of them was 48. The third by-election took place in Winnipeg South Centre by-election, and that resulted in 42 candidates that time, so it's going up, you'll notice. A maximum number of 36 votes for any of those candidates. And the minimum number was, there was a candidate who received only 1 vote. The fourth time this happened, and the longest ballot committee weighed in, was in a by-election in 2024 in Toronto, St. Paul's. This time there were 77 longest ballot committee candidates, and for the first time we see a candidate who receives 0 votes, strongly suggesting that that candidate was not a resident of the riding and wasn't even able to vote for him or herself. Now, the 5th time this came up was in a by-election in La Salle et Mar-Verdun in September 2024, 77 longest ballot candidates again. And by the way, I got all this information from Wikipedia, where they, in each of these, as I look it up, they say, and this was a new record-breaking result. So it was starting to be, at least whoever wrote those articles, was starting to cover it as a kind of sporting event. 77 candidates for the committee. maximum number votes achieved 34. You'll notice a gradual downward trend here. 2 candidates get 0 votes. Now the next one was in Carleton. 85 candidates last year, a significant number of whom received 0 votes. And finally, last August, Battle River, Crowfoot, where we see something in the neighborhood of 200 candidates for the longest ballot committee. Maybe the point is this: 77 of these candidates got 0 votes. 77, and a significant number got 1 vote each. So that was the performance art. Now, what are the consequences of doing this? Well, in Battle River Crowfoot, there were 2 independent candidates, both of whom complained that they had a hard time being taken seriously and drawing independent attention to local issues, which are often what independent candidates are trying to do, because they were being conflated with the people on the longest ballot committee. In fact, the second place candidate in that by-election was an independent candidate, Bonnie Critchley, and she largely got her attention for the issues she was concerned about by criticizing the longest ballot committee and saying, how can we express our concerns when these guys are hogging all the bandwidth and distracting? As I say, she came in second. She, in all fairness, only got 9.8% of the vote, but that was more than twice as much as the Liberal candidate got. So she was a serious candidate. These other people were not serious candidates. So I think that's a legitimate harm they're doing. Perhaps it's not a harm that is cause to ban them, but I will point out this as well. The Carleton riding, my mother-in-law, or sorry, my stepmother lives there. She's quite elderly now, can't get out to vote, and so I looked into getting a ballot for her to participate from home. And it is very difficult to get a mail-in ballot in these circumstances that is usable by someone in her situation. Likewise, someone who's visually impaired is normally enabled to vote and to participate fully. With a confidential secret ballot, when you have a normal length ballot, in the following manner: you're given a ballot, you're given a template, which is a series of holes. You can feel which hole is in which spot, and the names of the candidates are read out to you in order, typically alphabetical order. You've identified that you're voting for candidate number 3, who is the candidate of your party. You go behind the screen, count down to the 3rd spot, mark your X. It gets put into the ballot box, everybody else's ballot, and the result is you have a secret ballot. Once this is done, that is taken away from you. And taking away the right of a citizen to participate fully and properly in an election is, in my view, a contravention of Section 3 of the Charter, which guarantees every Canadian the right to vote in a federal election. So I'm sure that wasn't the intention, that is the practical result. The practical proposal being adopted in this legislation is one that eliminates the ability to engage in this kind of frivolous balloting. It's not that independent candidates can't get on. Real independent candidates like Bonnie Critchley, it is a way of ensuring that candidates who have taken what started off as a legitimate protest and turned it into a form of performance art cannot engage in that performance art at the expense of the constitutional rights of Canadians who have disabilities, who are prohibited by their actions from participating in a full, proper, and rights-respecting manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his intervention. And I did, in fact, work with him on the Electoral Reform Committee and enjoyed working with him on that. I'd like to get his opinion on whether or not we should also be looking at, in terms of eliminating the longest ballot. I know that every candidate who wants to present in a federal election has to fill out a nomination paper as a candidate with Elections Canada and make declarations, solemn declarations on that form. And I'm wondering if you could provide an opinion on whether or not one of those declarations should be something along the lines of, I fully intend to represent the citizens in this riding, because what we're seeing is the reason why they're using the same auditor is because they're not actually submitting any expenses. They're not actually incurring it because they have no intent of running. Perhaps a solemn declaration with the actual intent of running could be something we could add.
The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac.
I have to be honest, I think the measures that have been proposed will actually serve the same purpose of basically eliminating non-serious third-party candidates or independent candidates. I do want to say, though, you have to be a bit careful about what you put in there. And I just throw this out as a thought. In 2011, the New Democrats won a significant number of seats in Quebec where the candidates were not resident in the riding, hadn't visited the riding. It appears the people who voted for them were actually appear to have been aware of that fact. This was their way of expressing their support for Jack Layton and his vision. And then after some of them got elected, they went to heroic efforts, in some cases, to move to the area. We all remember Ruth Ellen Brousseau, who went to her riding. She didn't speak French very well. She learned to speak it better. She moved. She raised her son there. And the result was that she was reelected. So I don't ever want to preclude the possibility of having that happen again.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pointe de l'Île. Thank you. Does my colleague think that in the measures that are being put forward in the bill, there is one that says that you cannot sign the nomination form for more than one person, but that could have a negative impact because so far the practice hasn't always been to show support, but rather to say that they agree that this person can be a candidate. But if that is limited to one person, it is as if that is support for that candidate. So that could pose issues or create problems for the secrecy of the ballot, and it would somehow also limit up-and-coming parties. Do we really need that measure? Or do we think that the other measures will be sufficient to deal with that issue? The honourable member for Lanark-Frontenac. Mr. Speaker, I don't think this is a real problem. Once I signed the nomination form of a candidate who was running against me, that was the candidate for the Green Party in that constituency. So I voted for myself at the end of the day. But there are examples, for instance, elections in 2011, where the NDP candidates in Quebec were out in the streets looking for people to sign their nomination forms, which tells me that there are some citizens who are ready to sign these forms to show their support for the process, not necessarily for the candidate.
Thank the honourable for Red Deer.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his excellent speech. I, too, have something in common. My riding is next to Battle River Crowfoot, and one of the things that I learned in August was the expense to this longest ballot, the extra staff that were required. And I wonder if you'd comment or know anything more about how difficult it is to make that ballot and the expense that it added. We keep hearing about how these by-elections cost so much money. Can you comment?
I can't comment, but I will let the member for Lanark-Frontenac comment in 20 seconds or less.
The Speaker actually could comment very intelligently. It's just the rules preclude him from doing so. I think the answer is that it's a real problem, but it is not a problem that would justify this action. I think it's actually the stripping away of constitutional rights from other Canadian citizens that's the important matter that needs to be addressed here. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Est-ce que la Chambre est prête pour la question? Question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to enact an act to change the name.
Speaker,
I
sorry.
I have a point of order from the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was uninformed. I was not informed, and I had to get my headset back on. I know I'm late to say that I'd like to give a speech on Bill C-25. So in resuming debate, if it's not too late,
before debate collapsed?
No, the honourable member was indeed too late. I had already started reading the question, so I did call twice resuming debate, and I heard no answers. I also called it in French, and I heard no response. It is too late now.
C'est pour lequel je veux mes excuses, mais c'est seulement à cause de... J'ai le surgerie le mardi.
I was
not to be able to
Interrupt the member. I'm going to interrupt the member here. I'm going to simply refer to the fact I called resuming debate twice. I then did it once in French as well, and I started reading the question. I'm going to invoke Standing Order 10, which there's no debating once a ruling has been made. I am reading the question, so I'm just going to restart from the beginning so we can just get the full questions being read so the House understands what it's voting upon. So Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to enact an act to change the names of certain electoral districts, 2026, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion...
To the Governor, House Leader Rising.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that it be passed on division, please.
Therefore, is it agreed? Passed on division? Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Passed on division.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Ce projet de loi est renvoyé au
This bill will be sent to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill S-226, Jury Duty Appreciation Week Act, standing in the name of Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill S-226, an act respecting Jury Duty Appreciation Week, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, débat. L'honorable député de Dorval.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with deep respect I rise today to speak to Bill S-226, the Jury Duty Appreciation Week Act. This bill was introduced by Senator Lucie Moncion in the Senate. It seeks to designate the second week of May every year as a dedication to jurors and jury duty. It is thanks to Senator Moncion's tireless efforts that I stand here today in this chamber speaking to this bill. She has dedicated decades of her life in raising awareness of this crucial aspect of our criminal justice system. Herself a juror in 1989, Senator Moncion has bravely shared her harrowing journey in service of justice. Her summons to serve as a juror, as juror number 1 no less, was for a first-degree murder charge. The experience had consequences on her personally and on her family and left her feeling isolated. However, through outreach, Senator Moncion ascertained that she was not alone in feeling the distress of serving on a jury, that other jurors had similar impacts on their lives for one reason or another. Over years of commitment to support past jurors and prepare future ones with the tools necessary to sustain them, Senator Moncion has collaborated with various organizations and stakeholders, and through lengthy studies, witness and expert testimonies.
Je dois interrompre la députée ici.
I need to interrupt the member. There seems to be a cell phone that is very close to the microphone. It is making sound. Could you move the cell phone, please, because it's causing interference for the interpreters, please. Inaudible. It's a good reminder if there are members who are discussing in the House
or talking to each other in the chamber who would like to take that discussion outside of the House or to the lobby. There's ample space at this time that they can have a private discussion because they are disrupting the chamber's business. I invite the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle to continue now.
I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So the experience had consequences on her personally and on her family and left her feeling isolated. However, through outreach, Senator Moncion ascertained that she was not alone in feeling the distress of serving on a jury, that other jurors had had similar impacts on their lives for one reason or another. Over years of commitment to support past jurors and prepare future ones with the tools necessary to sustain them, Senator Lucie Moncion has collaborated with various organizations and stakeholders, and through lengthy studies, witness, and expert testimonies at committee, she brought this well-thought-out bill to fruition. It raises awareness of the sacrifices jurors have to make in serving the Canadian justice system, and highlights the nature of the challenges they face, which include but are not limited to financial, social, and mental health aspects. We see that every single year, thousands of Canadians across all of Canada are called upon to serve on a jury. What we do not often see is the aftermath of serving on that jury. Vicarious trauma, lack of workplace support, and barriers to jury diversity are just some of the issues they must eventually face once the hearing is terminated and everyone has gone home. Often, employers do not comprehend that jury duty is obligatory. They believe that their employee can, quote, get out of it, unquote, and often compel them to do so to the point of harassment. They do not understand and often do not care that unless there is justification, their employee cannot back out of jury duty. So often, these employees are threatened with termination of employment and falsely accused of shirking their duties. Employers need to be aware that jury duty is a fundamental part of our justice system, and that once a summons has been served on a potential juror, their employee is legally obligated to serve on a jury. Of course, an employer does not have to pay them, which, on the other hand, means a juror loses income and is unable to contribute to their financial situation at home. During deliberations, they are sometimes sequestered for days and even weeks, depending on the substance of the trial. They are obliged to stay away from their family and friends, their loved ones, and their children and elderly parents. They are isolated at a hotel, as this is seen as a way to ensure freedom from outside influence on the verdict, and to ensure, of course, that the trial is based on evidence and the verdict is rendered as such. Mandatory sequestration begins once a judge instructs the jury to go into deliberations. At this time, jurors also cannot watch television, access the internet, or have contact with the outside world. They are heavily supervised by court personnel, and this sequestration, although rare, can also take place earlier, that is, during the trial stage, if the judge sees that the high-profile nature of a case can affect the verdict. We do not often dwell on what it is like for a juror to hear difficult testimonies, being exposed to evidence that can be so filled with raw violence, speaking to the inhumanity and cruelty a fellow citizen can be capable of. Oftentimes, for jurors facing such a situation, PTSD can be the result of their service. Les jurés souffrent parfois de trop.
Sometimes jurors suffer from post-traumatic stress syndrome, and I was able to dialogue with Mr. Mark Farrant, founder and head of the Canadian Jury Commission, a national organization that is not for profit and which supports and represents Canadians who serve as jurors. After having sat as a juror in Ontario during a murder case where he had to deal with emotions he couldn't manage, and didn't know who to turn to for support, Mr. Farrant explains that he was exposed on many occasions to macabre details and had to view burn scars on the victim. And then the accused was later found guilty of having lit a fire to his spouse, and this experience caused him considerable stress, not only during the trial, but for a long time after it. He was then able to get back to work and was able to calm his emotions. But even today, and especially at that time, he suffered from PTSD, And PTSD can involve all types of symptoms, such as invasive thoughts related to this trauma, avoiding memories associated with it, mood swings, and explosive reactions similar to what soldiers experience, and as well as survivors and first responders experience. Mr. Ferrand started doing research and spoke with veterans and even first responders and was able to understand himself that he could be suffering from PTSD, even though he was only a witness to testimony at court and wasn't on site when the events took place. Thanks to dedicated individuals such as Mr. Ferrand, we are able to better understand that jurors also suffer from PTSD. British Columbia is a pioneer in offering mental health support to jurors and former jurors.
Falls under the purview of provinces, the federal also acknowledges the essential role of jurors in the Canadian justice system. The need for federal support in recognizing the necessity for mental health services and financial support of jurors. As was wisely stated by the Supreme Court of Canada in R versus Find, trial by jury is a cornerstone of Canadian law. It offers the citizen the right to be tried by an impartial panel of peers and imposes on those peers the task of judging fairly and impartially. Un aperçu de l'historique et de l'importance du
An overview of history and a right to a jury trial existed in Canada's a history in Quebec and Ontario is more complex and demonstrates the importance attached to a jury. It was started around 1766 before Confederation. It was introduced in England's common law, in Nova Scotia in 1758, and New Brunswick in 1784. Its history in Quebec and in Ontario is more complex and shows the importance that jurors were given as soon as the provinces were created since 1763.
It is crucial for all levels of government to fulfill their responsibilities concerning jury duty. Bill S-226 provides the proper means to do so while respecting the administration of justice by provinces and territories. In a 2017 House of Commons Justice Committee study on improving support for jurors in Canada, gaps in juror supports were highlighted. At the forefront was mental health. Witnesses who appeared before the Senate spoke of various trauma and PTSD they had suffered, especially when it came to criminal cases and especially those that involved violence. This week of appreciation is necessary not only to raise awareness, but also to recognize and celebrate those who have served on a jury. Often, vicarious trauma among jurors has been neglected. Concerns about insufficient mental health support provided before, during, and even after jury duty necessitates the awareness that Bill S-226 brings to Parliament. The development of comprehensive trauma-informed programs to support and safeguard the well-being of jurors during this time is absolutely essential. Another notable element of jury duty is the significant lack of diversity among jurors in Canada. It has also been recognized by experts, particularly in regard to the representation of racialized, Black, and Indigenous individuals. Measures aimed at improving the diversity of jurors must be examined to answer to this gap and provide a true representation of peers during trials. Financial barriers such as lost wages, not being adequately compensated for travel, childcare, meals, parking expenses, and so forth cause an undue burden on Canadians called to serve. This financial impediment can lead to juries that may not be reflective of our diverse communities or Canadians as a whole. Malheureusement,
unfortunately, when it comes to jury compensation in many provinces. This has remained unchanged for decades. This shows once again the further unfair burden placed on jurors. For example, there was even a time when jury compensation amounted to $40 per day after an initial unpaid period. Given all of these factors, we must seriously consider the identified barriers, such as low compensation, job insecurity, lack of employer support, and limited access to mental health services.
And so, briefly outlined are these important points that paint a revealing picture of why, at the least, recognizing and supporting a jury is imperative. They are the ones who uphold this cornerstone of our justice system and our democracy. Jurors make personal sacrifices, yet their service is often neglected. They are all deserving of our acknowledgement and our gratitude. That is why our government supports the Jury Duty Appreciation Week Act, and I hope we can count on the support of all colleagues in this chamber to support this incredible bill and to uphold our justice system. I thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At first blush, someone might dismiss this bill as merely symbolic, but I could not more strongly disagree with such a sentiment because there are very real knowledge gaps amongst Canadians with respect to the important role that juries play with respect to the administration of justice, as well as the significant and unique challenges faced by jurors and former jurors. So can the members speak to the issue of a knowledge gap and how dedicating a week of appreciation will help close it?
Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
I really thank my colleague from the bottom of my heart for his very thoughtful question. He is one of the solution makers as well. If we are not able to show Canadians or express to them what jurors go through, I am sure a lot of my colleagues, even sitting here, those who are listening on their televisions or computers, they will have heard certain things that they were not aware of, such as the financial burdens, lack of mental health support, any sort of undue burdens that a juror must face, being sequestered for weeks without contact, without loved ones, without having access to the outside world. This is very, very difficult on a human being. Sometimes they cannot get out of jury duty unless there's a very justification that allows them to do so. And so this kind of bill will raise awareness what jurors go through, the sacrifices they make, and the supports we can give them as a government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you very much. The Bloc is in favour of this bill because this is a recognition effort that does not create additional administrative burden because normally judicial administration is a Quebec jurisdiction. Does my colleague agree with that? The Honourable Member, thank you. I'd like to thank my dear colleague. You are right. I agree with you. Administration of justice is provincial jurisdiction and in Quebec as well. So for us, it's important just symbolically as well today to show what people do to advance our justice system. So for us, it's important to recognize these two things. So it will help us to greater support people who serve on a jury so that they're able to continue and pursue administration of justice. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm really pleased and very impressed with my colleague once again. You know, I think in terms of how important this issue is, a very critical aspect to our justice system. And before I pose the question, because I know it's a very special day today, not only is the member bringing forward a fantastic bill, but it's also her birthday. So if I can wish her a happy birthday. And compliment her on this special day by saying, and I wish I could sing it in French. It's such a beautiful song in French. But, Mr. Speaker, to pose the question in regards to why, from an emotional perspective and financial perspective, our jurists put up so much in order, or sacrifice so much in order to serve a critical role in our judicial system, if she can provide a further comment on that.
For Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my beloved colleague for his kind words and just being a source of inspiration to all of us. I really appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, and thank you to all of you for your good wishes. I practiced law, and going to criminal court, that was part of the practice I had. In criminal court, we see the stress jury members themselves are under. So they walk in, it's a tense, somber atmosphere. They sometimes have no idea. They're just summoned, and once they're summoned, they cannot refuse. I think I have to wrap up, so thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have a point of order from the member for Silicon, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order during question period today. In response to my question on the $300 million the government spent on prescribed IT, the Parliamentary Secretary to Health stated that, I quote, "Our new government has decided to end the program." However, just 3 days ago, Canada Health's InfoWays CEO was asked directly in...
I'm going to interrupt the member. That is a point of debate. It is a point of debate. The member's microphone has been cut. It sounds like it's a point of debate, and so it's not germane. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to obviously thank the good residents of Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations for placing their trust in me being their voice. And this particular speech has some special significance to me, Mr. Speaker. As a former justice participant, I probably participated in close to 50 jury trials. I personally know the importance, the sacrifices, and all the consequences that flow from serving on a jury. It could be a couple of days, it could be several weeks, it could be several months, depending on the circumstances. So I couldn't be more prouder as a representative of the House of Commons, given my background, to support this particular bill. The bill itself may appear modest in scope, Mr. Speaker, but carries profound meaning for our justice system, our democracy, and the everyday Canadians who uphold both. At its core, Bill S-226 designates the second week of May each year as Jury Duty Appreciation Week across Canada. Now, some may ask, why does such a recognition matter? Why designate a week for something that has long existed as a civic obligation? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is simple. Jury service is not just a duty, it is a cornerstone of justice in a free and democratic society. And like many cornerstones, it is often overlooked until we pause to reflect on its importance. Every year, thousands of Canadians are called upon to serve as jurors. They come from all walks of life: teachers, tradespeople, parents, students, retirees. They are not legal experts. They are not politicians. They are citizens, ordinary individuals entrusted with an extraordinary responsibility to weigh evidence, to assess credibility, and ultimately determine the fate of another human being
within our criminal justice system. That responsibility is immense. Jurors are often asked to listen, sometimes for weeks, months, to testimony that can be disturbing, emotional, and deeply challenging. They set aside personal biases, they follow strict legal instructions, and deliberate with fairness and integrity. In doing so, they safeguard one of the most fundamental principles of our legal system, the right to trial by a jury of one's peers. Without jurors, our justice system simply cannot function as intended. This bill recognizes that reality. Its preamble clearly states that jury duty is a vital component of our justice system and our democracy. That is not symbolic language, it is a statement of fact. Yet despite this critical role, jurors often serve in relative anonymity. They are rarely publicly acknowledged, their contributions are seldom celebrated, and too often the challenges they face, particularly those related to mental health and financial strain, are not completely addressed. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest about the burdens of jury service. Serving on a jury can mean time away from work, lost income, and disruptions to family life. In some cases, jurors are exposed to traumatic evidence, graphic details, distressing images, and heartbreaking testimony. These experiences do not simply disappear when a trial ends. For many jurors, the psychological impact lingers. The bill speaks directly to that issue. It highlights the well-being of mental health of jurors that are paramount to the proper functioning of our justice system. A justice system that relies on jurors must also support them. Recognition is not a substitute for reform, but is a necessary step. By establishing Jury Duty Appreciation Week, we create an opportunity to raise awareness about the realities of jury service, to encourage conversation about juror supports, and to remind Canadians that this civic duty deserves respect and attention. Now, Mr. Speaker, some may argue that a commemorative week is merely symbolic, that it does not change policy, funding, or programs. And while that is true, the bill does not create new financial supports or legal mechanisms. It is, at its heart, an act of recognition. But symbolism matters in a democracy. We designate days and weeks not because they solve problems overnight, but because they focus our collective attention. They educate, they inspire dialogue, they affirm shared values. Think of the many observations we already recognize. These observations shape public consciousness. They remind us of who we are and what we value as a nation. Jury Duty Appreciation Week would do the same. It would shine a light on civic responsibility that is often misunderstood or undervalued. It would encourage Canadians to see jury service not as an inconvenience, but as a meaningful contribution to justice. And it would signal to those who have served that their efforts are seen, respected, and appreciated. Mr. Speaker, there's also an educational dimension to the bill. The preamble notes that designating a week of appreciation will help educate citizens, organizations, and governments about the issues involved in fulfilling this duty. Many Canadians have a limited understanding of how juries work, what juries experience, and why their role is so essential. The week could serve as a catalyst for public education through schools, community organizations, and media, helping to demystify the process and strengthen public confidence in our justice system. And confidence matters. A justice system is only as strong as the trust people place in it. When Canadians understand and respect the role of jurors, they are more likely to view the system as fair, transparent, and legitimate. We must also consider the broader democratic principle at stake. Jury service is one of the most direct ways citizens participate in governance. It's democracy in action. It's a reminder that justice is not imposed from above, but delivered by the people. In an era where trust in our institutions is fragile, reinforcing this connection between citizens and the justice system is more important than ever. The bill does exactly that. It affirms that jurors are not peripheral actors. They are central to the administration of justice. It acknowledges that their service is not only necessary, but honorable, and it invites all Canadians to reflect on the value of this civic duty. I would also like to recognize the efforts of those who brought the bill forward. Originally introduced in the Senate and now before the House, the bill reflects years of advocacy and a growing recognition that jurors deserve greater acknowledgement. This is not a partisan issue. It's not a regional issue. It is a national issue, one that touches every province, every territory, and every Canadian who may one day be called to serve. Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we have a responsibility to uphold the institutions that underpin our democracy. Those include our courts, our laws, and the citizens who bring them to life. Passing this bill would be a small but meaningful step in that direction. It would send a clear message that Canada values its jurors, that we recognize their sacrifices, and that we are committed to supporting them not only in words, but in spirit. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let us remember that justice is not an abstract concept. It is carried out by people who with real lives, who step forward when called upon to serve. They do so quietly, they do so diligently, and they do so without expectation of recognition. It is high time we change that. Let us give the jurors the recognition they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, S226 would institute the second week of May as Jury Duty Appreciation Week. It may seem like a simple gesture, but behind that gesture is something so fundamental to our democracy, which is the critical role that citizens play when they directly partake in the administration of justice. The preamble of the bill clearly reminds us that jury duty is a civic duty, which is a pillar of the criminal justice system, and thus a central element of our representative democracy. The text explicitly recognizes that the well-being and mental health of jury members are essential to the proper functioning of our legal system. Instituting this Appreciation Week would allow us to officially, formally recognize the dedication and work of thousands of Quebecers and Canadians who each year are called upon for jury duty, often because they're legally obliged to do so, but they must also make considerable professional and personal sacrifices. Doing jury duty means interrupting one's daily life and dealing with professional and financial repercussions. It also means being subject to very strict confidentiality rules and having to hear very serious, difficult testimony. We should publicly and formally recognize this. This would be a good way for everyone to better understand how important this duty is, how important jury duty is. This would be a good way for all Canadians, governments, and employers to understand this duty. Often, jury duty is seen as a nuisance rather than as a fundamental act of democratic participation. Canadians' participation in jury duty is well documented and very real. A significant portion of Canadians, in fact, always try to get out of that obligation. But that leads to serious consequences because then juries are less representative of the social, economic, and cultural diversity of the society they serve. When juries are not representative, the very legitimacy of verdicts are different, and we have weakened trust in the administration of justice. Juries are only used in 1% of criminal cases, but these are usually the most serious, the most complex cases with the heaviest consequences for both the victims and the accused. Jury members have such an important role. In the context, a week of appreciation is a minimal yet necessary gesture of recognition towards these Canadians who agree to bear a portion of the collective burden of justice. For this reason, the Bloc Québécois will support this bill. That said, we would like to highlight an important point of principle which is at the heart of our stance. This bill must remain what it is. It should be about recognition, nothing more, nothing less. Why? Because the administration of justice is exclusively under the jurisdiction of Quebec, which has been recognized by the Government of Canada. Quebec handles the administration of justice thoroughly and seriously and has a distinct legal tradition deeply rooted in civil law. Selection of jury members, their compensation, their duties, and support measures all fall under the authority of the National Assembly of Quebec, and this must remain so. It is critical that we highlight that S226 does not create any obligation for provinces. It does not impose any standards, spending, or administrative structure. That's what makes this bill acceptable to us, and that's why the Bloc Québécois is able to support it. That said, Mr. Speaker, we would like to be very clear. If the wording or spirit of the bill were today or in the future to be interpreted as a disguised federal mandate to regulate provincial practices for jury support, we would oppose it. Recognizing jury duty is a responsibility that we all can share, but when it comes to how to support jury members and how to support them administratively and psychosocially, well, that is Quebec's responsibility and that is a provincial responsibility. The context behind the bill should be remembered. So much testimony, legal action, and studies for years now has highlighted the sometimes severe impacts of jury service on mental health. The well-known example of Marc Ferrand, which was discussed earlier, he was foreman of the jury in 2014 in a murder trial in Ontario. That was a turning point. He was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. His public testimony forced institutions to acknowledge a reality that had, for too long, been ignored. His testimony contributed to Parliament's study and the publication of a report entitled How to Better Support Juries in Canada. The report highlighted the potential psychological consequences for jury members and how important it was for us all to be aware of that. This issue also exists in Quebec, and Quebec has taken action. Quebec compensates jury members with a daily compensation that is more generous than in other provinces. It remains a challenge for this legal obligation to be viewed positively in society. The increased use of penalties to compel jury service is indicative of a broader unease and lack of social recognition. In this context, publicly recognizing the role of jurors doesn't solve everything, but it does help to give value and meaning back to the civic commitment, to humanize the role of jurors, and to remind us that justice also relies on everyday Canadians who are called upon to perform an extraordinarily important role. Some say that an appreciation week is nothing but symbolic, but Parliament often institutes this sort of designation. There's Mental Health Week, there's National Truth and Reconciliation Day. The value of these weeks is all about remembering, honoring, and public awareness. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports S226 because it recognizes without coercing, highlights without imposing, and unites without standardizing. Any future developments regarding concrete support for jurors, though, must be achieved through voluntary, respectful collaboration that adheres to the constitutional division of powers. The strength of this initiative lies in its simplicity. May the initiative remain true to this spirit. Jury Appreciation Week should remain a tribute to everyday Canadians who are performing very important roles in the administration of justice. In this spirit and this spirit only, the Bloc Québécois supports this bill at second reading. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what a pleasure it is to be able to rise. I had the opportunity to ask the member a question in regards to her initiative. And it was interesting in the regards to, in a very humble way, she expressed it by starting her speech off by talking about the Senate, and that paid tribute to the Senator and advocating this. I would like to echo some of the very same words she used towards the Senator, towards herself, because I do know that she's actually very passionate about this issue. And we all got to witness that when she delivered her opening remarks on the bills. And I can tell you that it takes a great deal of effort to usher legislation through the House, whether it's government business or private members' business. And I appreciate the effort that she has put in, and those individuals that were all involved in making it possible, Mr. Speaker, because it is an important issue. You know, when you think of Canadian society, you think of the fundamental principles that make us who we are as a nation. Our independent judicial system, rule of law, these are all things in which make us who we are as a nation. And when you think about the judicial system, you know, years ago, I used to be the justice critic in the province of Manitoba. So when the member made reference to this whole jurisdictional control, it's not just Ottawa. There's a very strong role for provinces to play. Ultimately, when you really want to get down to it, even our municipalities and other stakeholders. And there are fundamental aspects within our judicial system that I think are really important to recognize. And that's what we're doing today through Bill S226. We're recognizing a very important aspect to our judicial system. The right to be able to have jurors ultimately listen and make a determination as to how it is that there is some sort of a consequence to a crime that may have or has been committed, Mr. Speaker. I think that in comparison for Canada to other nations, we do exceptionally well. But there is areas in which we can improve upon. And some of the comments that we heard today deal directly with how maybe it's financial compensation in different fashions. Mental health support is another area in which we could expand upon. But one of the things that I really would like to amplify is the issue of education. Recognizing that there is a need for us to acknowledge what takes place, what it is that a jurist has to actually go through, Mr. Speaker. Recognize what it is and why it's so important that we have jurists. Why we have that duty as a citizen to actually participate in a process that I would ultimately argue is second to no other compared to other countries in the world. And it's because we have that sense of recognition towards many other things inside the House. As it has been pointed out, this is an area that we do need to give some attention to. So having an appreciation week provides all sorts of opportunities. And it's not just, well, you know, here's another week that comes by and we pass it through. The real challenge is for parliamentarians and others, in particular, individuals that are engaged in the judicial system in one form or another, to take advantage of the opportunity to actually promote and encourage that appreciation week, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a tangible example. Nothing prevents a local school in the community from being made aware of it and actually sponsoring something in the classroom. So you could have, for example, you know, my local school, whether it's a Sisler High School or Maples or St. John's, any one of those three high schools in particular, from my perspective, I would think that if there was an initiative by one or more to ultimately recognize and have some sort of a day, a class, or to spend a portion of a class time to talk about our judicial system and the important role and sacrifices, and I underline the word sacrifices, that our jurists make, Mr. Speaker. You know, we often hear that you know, the court process and the different type of stories that come out of courts, especially when you get horrendous crimes, there's a consequence, a very tangible consequence for those that are put on that jury duty. And enabling through education, such as the example I'm citing with schools, I think it, in essence, supports one of Canada's values to be able to contribute to the bigger picture of justice. The member, in introducing the legislation, talked about the issue of compensation. You know, compensation is important because when you stop and think about it, a great deal is given up when you have a jury call. And some of those calls could be for a fairly long period of time, Mr. Speaker. Now, we expect and hope that if you're called to perform a jury duty, that you will actually show up. And the financial component to it does need to be taken seriously. I think the member made reference to $40 a day at one time is what was being suggested. You know, proper compensation in whatever form that we can, I believe, is what we should be open to, Mr. Speaker. But the other issue is the emotional one. The potential of scars that don't go away. You might be on a jury duty for 2 weeks, 2 months, depending on the situation. And ultimately you find yourself in a situation where the case is closed, it's done, it's dealt with. But you have these images in your mind that was brought to your attention and shown to you in a court proceeding. You can think of some of the horrendous crimes of murder, sexual assault, kidnappings, a lot of types of crimes, Mr. Speaker, if you get into the details of them. You know, crimes involving pornography, all sorts of crimes that are there. that once you see something, you can't unsee it. And so when we talk about the duties, yes, it's great, but let's recognize the sacrifice. And the emotional toll at times can be very heavy and stick with you for virtually for life. So I look at the motion that we have before us today, and the legislation, I should say, and I recognize it for what it is. And that is a valuable opportunity for Canadians as a whole in many different forms and possible ways to get a better understanding of just how important a jurors by trial is and the sacrifices that they make in order to make sure that we have a justice system that is the envy around the world, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
So I provide my very best to those that have, and I wish nothing but the best for those that do going forward into the future, Mr. Speaker, because I recognize just how important they are. And I thank my colleague for taking the time to do the research, to work with the Senate, to ultimately take that Senate bill, bring it here to the House of Commons so that we can all have this debate and ultimately pass it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill S-226, legislation to establish National Jury Duty Appreciation Week. Trial by jury is a cornerstone of justice in a free and democratic society. Trial by jury is a profound expression of equality before the law. To be judged by one's peers, 12 fellow citizens. And in so doing, juries play an integral role in upholding the right to a fair trial. As Lord Devlin famously said, trial by jury is the lamp that shows that freedom lives. Mr. Speaker, the Law Commission of Canada, in its 1980 report on juries, highlighted the important role that juries play in the administration of justice and in safeguarding the right to a fair trial. In that regard, the Commission noted that juries tackle trials anew, free from the biases and predispositions that judges may acquire after presiding over similar cases over many years. Also, importantly, juries are not in court when applications to exclude evidence are brought forward. And as a result, juries are not tainted by such evidence and the consequent real or perceived bias. And there is something to be said about 12 citizens hearing, listening to a trial, being sequestered, deliberating on the evidence, challenging each other's views, and reaching a collective judgment. That process gives weight and confidence to trial outcomes. For all of these reasons and more, juries perform a vital role in the administration of justice in Canada. Indeed, the right to a fair trial, a trial by jury, the right to a trial by jury is enshrined in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for serious criminal matters and serious quasi-criminal matters. Now, while juries play a vital role in the administration of justice, serving on a jury often comes with a significant personal cost. Juries, when one is called to sit on a jury, one has their work, life balance disrupted. They often have to leave their place of work for sometimes days, sometimes weeks, sometimes months. It disrupts family and social life, all for very little remuneration. And there is no training, there is nothing that can fully prepare someone for discharging the responsibilities that are entrusted to jurors and that are performed every day with very significant responsibilities that come with that. And given that there is a right to trial by jury for serious criminal matters, jurors often go through very difficult trials where they are exposed to horrific evidence in many cases. And in the face of such evidence, jurors cannot look away, they can't cover their eyes or close their ears. They must take in the evidence, they must process the evidence, and they must then, at the conclusion of a trial, go and be sequestered and go through the evidence. It's a stressful process. The stakes are high. After all, what could be a weightier decision than judging whether the accused in the most serious of criminal cases could spend the rest of his or her life behind bars? But that is precisely what is called of and expected of jurors. And I have to say that even though I practiced law before I was elected to this place, I didn't practice criminal law, and I hadn't really given much consideration to some of these issues and challenges. It wasn't until 2017, when I sat on the Justice Committee, that we undertook the first study of its kind on juror supports. And during the course of that study, many former jurors testified, told their stories about how jury service impacted them, how it had changed their lives. Former jurors like Mark Farrant and Tina Dancer, who served as juror number 1 in the Paul Bernardo trial. Mark Farrant and Tina Dancer still suffer from mental health issues as a result of what they went through in very difficult trials. And they are, of course, not alone. Jurors, thousands of jurors, experience mental health and other issues. And one of the things that we heard in the course of that study is that an impediment in terms of jurors getting the help that they need is the jury secrecy rule, because pursuant to the jury secrecy rule, it is a criminal offense to disclose any aspect of the jury deliberation process, which, by the way, is often the most stressful aspect of jury service with anyone for life, even a medical professional. And so that begged the question, how can a juror, a former juror suffering from mental health issues, get better, get the help that they need when they can't even discuss what is the core of their injury with a medical professional? And it is why in the unanimous report of the Justice Committee, it was recommended that a carve-out, an exception be made to the jury secrecy rule. And following the issuance of the report, I worked with Mark Farrant and Tina Dancer and brought forward a private member's bill to do just that, to carve out an exception whereby former jurors who are suffering from mental health issues arising from their jury service can disclose all aspects of that service with a medical professional bound by confidentiality, thereby respecting the integrity of the jury secrecy rule while seeing that former jurors can get the help and support that they need and that they deserve. Now, despite unanimous support at all stages, it took 4 bills in 3 different parliaments, and I want to acknowledge the advocacy of Mark Farrant and Tina Dancer, as well as Senator Pierre Boisvenu, for carrying that bill forward in the other place. That private member's bill and how it came about underscores why National Jury Duty Appreciation Week is needed. There are significant knowledge gaps, and dedicating such a week to juries and their role will help Canadians better understand the vital role that they play in the administration of justice, as well as some of the challenges that they face. Mark Farrant said that, and quite appropriately, that jury service is the last mandatory form of civic duty in Canada. Each year, thousands of Canadians step up to perform that civic duty. It is time that we recognize these men and women for their contributions to our justice system with a week of appreciation.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.